I just want to sit with you and converse with you,
Come on in here.
connect with you, enlighten you, teach you, and learn
Tonight.
something from you. Madam
Tonight. Oh, come
Merkaba,
on here.
I'm so grateful for your love and your support. It means so much for me. You've been with me through many, many things, silently and publicly. I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my light. Madam Merkaba.
That's
Merkaba.
where I can see far.
Wow, good motherfucking evening. Okay. Good motherfucking evening. Okay. Very, very quick, very, very, simple. Okay. Listen, y'all. And I hope this mic is good. Is this mic good? Let me know. Bella fucked up the other mic, honey. I'm about to fuck her ass up. Okay, I'm about to fuck her ass up. She don't get her butt whooped like a newbie used to get his ass whooped. She don't get her butt whooped like he used to, but we're gonna start. That was a $30 motherfucking mic, bitch. How dare you? And it's this water, y'all. Purified water by Zero Water. Shout out to Zero Water Filter, y'all. I have a 27 gallon. Is it 27 gallon? It gotta be 27 or 27 cup. What is it? Pure water, Zero Water Filter, y'all. And listen, y'all. It takes everything out of the water. Okay, you can test it and everything too, y'all. Look up Zero Water on Amazon, y'all. Mm, 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 mm. See, honey, my mother is of the water, which means I'm of the water. So we got to stay nice and hydrated. And we also have to the right of us a Joy Bar from Target, you guys. Shout out to Target, y'all. Target gave me a credit card, girl, with a good limit too. So, bitch, I gotta always support them. Walmart gave me a limit too, gave me a card with a good limit too. But, bitch, y'all be playing with y'all products. Anyway, so, girl, this is Joyba Bubble Tea, y'all. Blueberry pomegranate. Now, if anybody knows me, I love me a black or green tea, and I love dark juice. I love blueberry, pomegranate, cherry, dark cherry. It doesn't matter, bitch. Every day, all day. Yeah, I literally have a pantry. Okay, we have two pantries. Okay, I literally have one pantry filled with nothing but juices, jalapeno lemonade, just all the good tea, y'all. I love juices. I love water. I love staying hydrated, y'all. Hydration is key, y'all. That's how you keep your body healthy. That's how you keep your, levels and stuff good in your body. Anyway, so let me put back up my glass, honey, because things are looking a little dysfunctional as the topic of this motherfucking video today. Okay. So I wanted to come here very, very quickly. Come on here, JS, honey. Come on in here. Who you doing? Yes, you've been binging water. Listen, water is the answer. I'm telling you. Water is the answer. I saw a meme like 2 weeks ago where the lady imposed, what if God is water? And when you really think about it, because I think space is water, that's why they don't want to explore the ocean, because space is the fucking ocean. But like I said, people who are asleep, they're not gonna understand it. So I try to keep certain topics to myself. I don't really, I like to keep shit to myself. Okay. So first things first, y'all. Water is everything, girl. Stay hydrated, get rested, honey. Keep, take your vitamins, get your rest, no stress, let them go. If they stress you the fuck out, they gotta go. So anyway, y'all, this mic, I want to do this before this mic completely dies out, okay? And I let it charge for like 2 minutes. So there's two topics I want to talk about tonight. The first one is motherfucking T.S. Hennessy. Okay. Now, I do want to say this. I do not know who this person is prior to what I saw today, literally an hour ago. And I was not going to talk about this. I was going to talk about something else. But I said, I feel the need to come out and talk about it because, YouTube is like my journal. And when you come at me or I want you to see me coming. Okay. I don't want you to think that there's any type of animosity, don't think there's any type of jealousy because this came out in the past. So I do want to say this. I do feel like the trans experience is very, very rare. I myself identify as trans, even though I'm, technically intersex. If you don't know what intersex means, because there's different types of intersexism, not to get too graphical and also the good shit, honey, but my, you know, external ovaries did not drop until I was about 4 or 5 years old. Now, for other people who were born anatomically male, your testicles are going to drop probably when you come out the damn uterus. Okay. So anyway, I just kind of want to throw it out there so you can get, a background of where I'm coming from with this and what I see. So I think that the whole trans experience, intersex experience is so rare. Like I think in a city filled with 500,000, there's probably, according to, estimation, we're going to say guesstimation, there should probably be about um, maybe 15 trans people, okay? And when I say trans, that means you actually went to a doctor. You actually went through the whole process. We talked about this before, Harry Benjamin standard of care. There's no waking up and all of a sudden you feel like a woman when, first of all, you don't even know what that's like. Allegedly, that's what people say. So you've not seen a therapist. You have not been diagnosed with any type of gender dysphoria on any type of level. And I already told you this as well, that gay people have gender dysphoria. Okay. There is a scale from 1 to 10. And even though they might not say, like, I have gender dysphoria, I feel like I'm a man and I like men and I feel like whatever the case may be, we're talking about gender as in roles, not sex, because people get that shit mixed up. Gender in roles is feminine and masculine, and sex is what makes people males or females. And we know that sex deals with reproduction, organs and all that good stuff. So very different. So you've never seen a therapist, you've never went through any type of real life experience, and that's what they call it. Then you are a crossdresser. You are a gender bender. From what I was told, that's what non-binary is. Non-binary is somebody who is also known as a gender bender. And I'm being very respectful here. You can look up the term non-binary and see what the fuck that means. It's a gender bender. It's somebody who's born one sex anatomically who chooses to play in the opposite sex from time to time. And I do feel like a lot of people who are so-called trans, I do feel like that's their role. And I noticed this a while ago. I told y'all I got familiar with the whole, trans experience. And I'm going to say trans experience because, I'm just me. Okay, I'm just me, bitch. Okay, whoever, whatever, I'm just me. So everything that I am, everything that I be, I present. This is just who I am. My natural. This is what I naturally present myself as in the inside. And just so happen the outside, you get to see a taste of it too. And you don't see all of it, obviously, but still. So I was brought into the whole trans experience by, we're going to call it a drag house. Now, people get ballroom scenes mixed up with, pageantry. Okay. And I'm not going to break that down. Okay. Because it's going to make this live too long. But the people that brought me in, okay, Barbie, Akasha, these people are well known pageant queens, okay? They traveled the world, they won pageantry for being drags and blah, 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 blah. And so I was introduced to the whole transitioning process because, of course, in my mind, I thought, okay, the older I get, I'm going to naturally blossom because I told you I naturally developed breasts around 12 years old, okay? So I just thought the older that I got, I was going to naturally blossom into this woman. And of course, meeting, all these gay boys, honey, them calling me a queen and you're a bottom and, we don't really deal with the femmes. Because I don't know where y'all from, but in Northern California, the gay people, like Jason Lee, okay, what you see in Jason Lee is that's the epitome of the gay people in Northern California, y'all, from like Sacramento. I even say the Bay Area because a lot of people like in Stockton, Sacramento, Manteca, Lathrop, they're from Oakland, they're from San Francisco. So anyway, in Northern California, they're very, very much like if you're a feminine gay, they want you over there. If you're a masculine gay, they want you over here, right? And even to where all these gay people were adopting this whole thug look, right? Like they wanted to look so masculine. And that was a turn on. And then the bodybuilding shit. And it was just like, girl, you gay. Like it doesn't matter how masculine you look, baby, you still like to take it up your ass. So who cares? And so I would pay attention to these people because that's the whole purpose of me breaking this down for y'all. I would pay attention to these people, and even like the gay people, the gay guys, I would kind of be looking like, ooh, like you're a little messy. So being gay means you're messy. Like, ooh, girl, I don't want a part of that. And so I met, Barbie, and I met Akasha. And of course, their drag performance names are other names. I think Barbie go by Barbie. Okay, my auntie Barbie, I think she actually go by Barbie. But these were girls who were well known in their neck of the woods. Okay, from Vegas on to Miami, on to um, Texas, Georgia, whatever the case may be. And so my drag mother was like, "Listen, like, you're not gay, okay? You're not gay, so we need to get you together. Like, we need to get your etiquette together. We need to get all this stuff together." And I remember, y'all, we went into Walgreens, and she was like, "I'm gonna buy you your first set of bra and panties, y'all." She brought me a damn bra and panties from fucking Walgreens, y'all. Believe it or not, y'all, Walgreens used to sell bra and panties, y'all, like in the mid 2000s. I don't know if they still do now, but in the mid 2000s for sure. So either way, y'all, I just started meeting trans people. Like when my mindset became like, okay, so I don't have to uncomfortable myself to be around these gay guys, even though I love these gay guys protected me. They made me feel very fishy, to be honest with you. They made me feel like royalty. I was the only feminine person in this group, and they spoiled me. Bitch, they took care of me. Maybe that's why even as an adult, a grown ass woman, I still feel like, bitch, you need to support me. You need to, spoil me, honey. I feel like I should be spoiled. But anyway, and I wasn't the only child either in my actual biological home. So I started meeting other trans people. And of course, this was in the Bay Area because in Stockton, there was no trans people. Okay. You had cross dressers, you had, non binary people, transvestites, but you did not actually have trans people. And I think there was actually two trans people that was near Stockton, but they were actually sexual reassigned. So I got to meet a lot of successful, empowering trans people in my journey, you guys, in the very, very beginning of it. And most of these girls were stealth. Okay. So I, did hung out with the drags, even though I was not a drag queen, never identified as that. Never did any type of performances or any of that. Everything I did was always natural. It's what I felt was me. So of course, moving on, I met other girls like in New Orleans, in the Bay Area. Those are my two starts, and they connected me with girls that were stealth. Like I didn't even know they had conventions every year, y'all, and they still do. But they have conventions every year where there are elite women, elite trans women, like gamers, and they're normally like in the South and shit, y'all. So it's like a fraternity, y'all, of trans women, and these women are stealth. Nobody knows who they are. And so one of them took us under their wings, and it was myself and another transgender woman from New Orleans. And it was a good experience, y'all. She told us, the do's and the don'ts, and kind of made us comfortable in our experience to where no one could tell us who we are, right? We can remind you of who we are, but you can't tell us who the fuck we are, right? And so that kind of built my confidence up, even in the very beginning. So fast forwarding, I noticed how these other trans women were still acting like these gay men that were like bullying me, that was like making me feel, bad for being feminine and made me feel bad for, being myself. And so I was kind of like, well, what's the difference between, a transsexual and a gay boy that dresses up? So I really didn't know, y'all. I really was confused about all that too. Because once again, I just know who I was. And so making a long story short, I saw how girls evolved, right? From like 2003 up until 2022, recently, like a month ago, I started noticing a trend in these so-called trans people, in particular, the transgender people from the East Coast and girls who have lived over there. And there's no tea, no shade with that. But girls who are from Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Boston, Bridgeport, New York City, New Jersey, they just acted a little different from most of the girls I met from the South, no matter how bricky these girls are in the South, they still presented themselves as females. And even going even into the West Coast transgender women, right? The ones that I've met, the ones that I knew in the past, they had little tendencies about them that were, it was kind of like, that's very homosexual ish. But overall, they presented as women, right? Everything was switched over and stuff. And of course, we can give a shout out to the Transgender Law Center, Ben Lunine, honey, which helped me out with a lot of legal shit in the past, honey. Shout out to Ben Lunine. I don't know if he's still there. Transgender Law Center, San Francisco, California, honey. Ow! Bitch, he helped me get all my shit switched over. My birth certificate, my ID, my social security card, all that, girl. Shout out to Ben. But anyway, y'all. So I was just like, so the West Coast girls are girls, and the East Coast girls are like boys that are confused about their self. Anyway, this is just what I was thinking. So as I, you know, grew up, I met girls from even like Chicago and stuff, and I was just like, whoa. So there's girls everywhere. Once again, I'm thinking about the stats that I was told. I'm thinking about the doctors that I've seen that specialize in transgender healthcare and surgeries and stuff, and the stats they told me. So I'm just like, it doesn't make sense to me because like areas like I mentioned, Miami and New York, Brooklyn, Manhattan, and Queens, in Mass Boston and stuff. Like there's like thousands of transgenders there, and I'm like, how's that possible? As if the population is like two trillion or 2 billion. So I was just a little thrown off by that. But even getting to know these people personally, y'all, I started to see like tendencies in them where I was like, so you were not born this way. And they're like, well, I always felt feminine. But when I was 14 years old, my parents kicked me out and I met, my drag mother and she forced me into prostitution and I liked it. And I'm like, what? And then some of the girls are saying that they were boys, they were football players, in high school, they did all these masculine stuff. And then they got a taste of cross dressing because they dated a man who said, I can't date another man. I need you to be a femme. And now they're trans. And so I'm like, is there any real transsexuals out there actually calling themselves transsexuals? Like, are there real trans out there that are actually hanging around with other trans people? Like, this is what I started to really think about, y'all. Like, even as far as going back like 7 years, I was like, 7 years ago, I was like, are they even actually calling themselves trans? Are they actually dealing with, I felt like the mindset was off, regardless of how these people identify, because everything is self-proclaimed. Okay, regardless of what people say, everything is self-proclaimed. You saying you're black, you saying you're gay, you say you're straight, you say you're a woman. All this is up for debate. Nothing is factual. Everything is man-made because those are words that other humans came up with, and these are labels that you gave yourself. So everything is proclaimed, self-proclaimed. So I'm just like, so if you feel like you're a woman, because no one else is calling you a woman, right? No one else said, "Oh, you look like a woman, aren't you? You're really a woman, aren't you?" Like nobody's doing that. So you self-proclaim that you're a trans or that you're a woman, but you can only be a trans woman because you're born the opposite sex. But then yet your tendencies and your actions is that of the anatomically sex that you were born. And from what I know, going into my mindset, nobody taught me how to be female or male. People tried to force onto me the male identity, but I did not recognize that. That didn't make me feel comfortable. And I can't even say even the female role made me feel comfortable. All I can say is that the Mia role made me feel comfortable. So seeing people that are once again self-proclaiming that they are women, but yet they're doing things that are like, sis, that's like what somebody's brother do. Like, sis, and once again, we're not getting into what's a male, what's a female. We're getting to actions. Going into me knowing males and females anatomically, I pay attention and I'm like, wait a minute, like my brothers did shit like that. And I got my ass because I didn't do shit like that. Like my cousins did shit like that. And I got picked on and I got bullied because I was not that masculine. So now I'm looking at these girls like, ooh, girl, Like, I'm uncomfortable because now I'm thinking that you into this. Like, now I'm thinking that you only want to be a transgender because you're into other trans people and or you're sexually attracted to women. And this is before I even knew that there were transsexual women that actually were having sex with women and creating babies with women and actually dating them. And of course, I met my very first one in 2000 and motherfucking 7. And it blew my mind because I'm like, how is this possible that you were born a man anatomically and you said I'm not a man, I'm a woman, but yet when it came down to procreation or busting a nut, now you're taking full responsibility of your male identity. It just didn't make sense to me. So I was like, wait a minute, so what else is going on? And so, of course, y'all, make a long story short, girl, we've seen all these involvements from 2005 on up 2022, girl. We done been from, the boys saying they trans and oh, girl, now we into a whole bunch of shit where there's not even LGBT no more, girls. IQRPLWTMV, girl. It's all the damn alphabets now. So I'm just like, honey, that type of confusion is what got people like me spat on and got people like me abused and got people like me taken out, right? Because that level of confusion creates a level of ignorance would then make people retaliate because we know that in the level or the energy of ignorance, we know that people are angry. We know that people want to fight. We know that people want to just get irate. They want to go crazy, right? We know this. And so going into this, seeing people who present like a female, who act like a female, who talk like a female, who walk like a female, maybe their secret got exposed, that they didn't want their secret to get exposed. And now this woman is now found murdered somewhere. And no, these people did not trick anybody, because I'm speaking from people I personally knew. They did not trick anybody. Anybody who knew them personally knew that they were trans. When it came down to the outside public, they were like, listen, I don't want to have sex with you, but I also don't have to tell you my tea until I want to tell you my tea because we're not having sex. So that's where that was during that time. Now, since this non-binary stuff has been really coming to the forefront, and I really do think it comes together with the trans visibility, and I talked about this before, because we have the Shauna Brooks, we have the, Sydney Stars, and these are girls that I will never want to befriend, I will never want to connect myself with, I will never want to be around. And I'm saying this respectfully. But now we've seen it outside of them. We've seen other people like low budget girls, no, people that are like not that popular, not that passable, not that surged out. And I'm just a little confused because I'm just like, but wait a minute, sis. Like, I thought you said that you were a woman, though. So you were this female that you claim that you are and you feel that you are because everything is self proclamation, right? And you feel that you're a female. And the man that you're with either validate that experience or they take away from that experience. But either way, now you want to expose this man for liking the woman in you. So you're confused about who you are, and that confusion is being put onto other people. And now people like me who stand in our identity, people like me who know who we are, who knew who we were from the beginning. I told her a story about, before I even came into existence, I had an auntie that passed away at 29 years old of cancer, to be exact. She was 29 years old of cancer, and she was very gifted. And she told my mother about her pregnancy because my mom didn't think she was going to have any more kids. My mom only wanted one child, and that was it. But she ended up having me, of course, and then, of course, things carried on after that. But like I said, at 2 or 3 years old, at a 2 or 3 year old don't know anything, what a man, what a woman is. At 2 years old, you don't know anything about that. Like I told you, my family was not that type of family that the boy went to the bathroom to pee with the daddy, because that's a little pedophilic to me. The daughter went to go pee with the mama so she knew how to sit down on the toilet like a woman. And I'm just like, that's some sick shit if you really ask me. But my family wasn't that type of family. Like, bitch, you got potty trained. They showed you where the toilet was and they waited for you to go to the bathroom. Bitch, that was it. There was not no, you going to get in the shower and you're going to see daddy's genitalia popping all around so you know what a penis look like. Like, girl, bye. Stop it. And so, either way, I didn't know what a female was or a male was. I told y'all, even being called the F word for the first time in the third grade, like, it made me feel confused. I was like, faggot, what the hell is that? Why are you calling me that? And I have to go home and I have to ask my mom, what does this word mean? And of course, I had a cousin at the time, way older, broke it down. And I was like, girl, I didn't know what sugar in your tank meant until I was 13 years old, bitch. So with that being said, like I said, these labels and terms I was not aware of. I just knew who I was. And so at 3 years old, getting into it with a family friend and saying I'm a girl too, and they're like, no, you're a boy, and me catch an attitude and literally have a full blown tantrum, y'all, where my mom said I was rolling on the floor. Now, mind y'all, I'm a germaphobe. In my conscious state right now, bitch, ain't no rolling on the ground. In my conscious state, bitch, I don't even walk barefoot at other people's houses. So I'm just like, why would I be on it? Like that means that I was really bothered with this woman calling me a boy. Like I was really bothered. And even going to, like I said, growing up, like I stayed the same. I always wanted to be in the house. I always wanted to do softer things that I were not going to get hurt with. And so seeing these trans women nowadays, and why I say I do not want to befriend any more trans people, and I'm just being totally real with you because you represent me and allegedly I'm supposed to represent you, but you spin a narrative. Well, not all of them, but you spin a narrative, and now people looking at us all like we're fucking stupid and crazy, and that we're really these men pretending to be something that we're not. And going into the new situation that happened with T.S. Hennessy, allegedly this is a post-op, and of course this is two different stories because this show you that it's not about genitalia between your legs; it's about the gender between your ears. And regardless of how big your breasts may be, how much plastic surgery you may have, whether or not you got a dick and balls, vagina, it doesn't matter. If your mentality in the inside is still of a man, you're going to always act like a man. And going into T.S. Hennessy, who is an alleged post-op trans woman, allegedly were exposing all these Miami guy rappers, athletes, and ha ha boo hoo. And I'm just a little confused with that as well, y'all, because not that it's any of y'all business, but I'm considered a pre-op transgender. Okay. I still have the anatomical things that I was born with. And I'm not ashamed of that because I know that gender is between my ears and not between my legs. And if that makes me single for the rest of my life because I'm into, men who can accept me and respect me for who I am, and I don't want to turn a straight man gay. So I want to put that out there too. But to make this woman that had a sex change so comfortable with exposing these straight men as if she's still a man or she still has a male part, and here I am still with my male part, and I don't feel comfortable exposing men. Like I don't feel comfortable doing it. Like it doesn't make sense in my mind. Like even right now, I'm thinking about it. I'm spinning right now because I just cannot think about a person who says that they're more of a woman than me. Clearly, because they got a sex change, so they're saying they're more of a female than I am. They said they're more of a female than all these other cisgendered women. But then to have sex with these men who are heterosexual identifying men who find you attractive, to then expose them for what? It wasn't like these men were, and that's why I think about like Selena Powell's and stuff too, where I'm like, there's a transgender spirit on these people. And I told you a story about what I think about a lot of women in the industry altogether. Like there's a lot of transgender energy, and we're gonna call it trans confusion, that's literally popping up on even cisgender women that is causing a whole bunch of problems. And these problems are trickling into everybody because now a situation happened to me today, y'all. And I'm gonna talk about it too, because that's why I really came on here to talk about this shit. Because at the end of the day, I really don't care about this at the end of the day. Because bitch, I'm me, you, and bitch, we don't live in the same city. We don't deal with the same type of man clearly because I'm not into thuggish, buggish, bonus motherfuckers. Like, honey, if you don't have your own business, your own house, your own job, bitch, yeah, and legal job, bitch, I'm not interested in you at all. No shade. Not even when I was escorting girl. I didn't do no gangsters. I didn't do no thugs. I didn't do no ghetto people, whether you were ghetto white, ghetto Mexican, ghetto Asian, ghetto black. I didn't do nobody ghetto because, bitch, people like y'all like to rob people. People like y'all like to show up and show out. And so I was like, I don't want to expose myself to that. And I felt like I deserved the best of the best. So I only dealt with the best of the best, honey, people that can fully pay my bills. Okay. Anyway, so I didn't have to suck 20 dicks a month, let alone one dick a month to make sure my rent was paid. Hello. Anyway, so with that being said, and that's the thing y'all be going into because these girls be like, girl, you be doing $80 specials. I don't suck my clients, girl. I didn't fuck my clients. But you out here fucking and sucking for $100, $200, and you don't even have your own house. You didn't have your own car. You didn't even have good credit. Hell, you didn't even have credit. You have prostitutes out here on EBT, welfare, and housing And I'm just confused. Like, wait a minute, girl, but you online bragging and boasting about your labels, and I got a Louis, and I got a Vuvu, and I got a Goo Goo, and I could drop $15,000 right now, and I'm this and I'm that. But you on Section 8. So I need you to make it make sense for me of who you really think you are. Like, you're confused about your identity, so you're confused about your status altogether. Anyway, so these T.S. Hennessy's, like I said, it's a prime example of whether your sex changed or not, how people present is how people are. Even going into the sense of, because there's no way, y'all, first of all, I'm post-op because, maybe I will be post-op eventually one day. I know for sure I'm going to be stealth one day. That means, my trans past ain't going to be public and nobody going to know who I am. I do know that because even going into how I'm living now, this is kind of like a practice for me, moved away from people I know, nobody I know here. The next person I know, actually no, is probably, 220 miles away, but no one knows me here. And this is a fresh start for me. So it's like this, I'm kind of getting a play of what a stealth lifestyle is, right? But it's like, I'm not going to ever get to that point that I'm stealth or that I make myself unavailable as a trans person or as a man who thinks that he's a woman. But yet, at the flip of the switch, now I'm out here doing things that pre transgenders do. I'm out here exposing men as if I'm a man still. Like, I want the shock factor that these men like to fuck transgender. And like I keep telling y'all, I have connected with people that are in the entertainment industry. I'm still dealing with somebody in the entertainment industry. When we're talking about, you know, anyway, that's not nobody business because now I feel like I'm dry snitching. But still, I've been gifted. We've been places. We've had. So anyway, so like I said, I would never. Okay, and this is a pre-op trans woman, and they know I'm pre-op. Okay, they know the T because we talk about it, and I tell them flat out, baby, I'm a spiritual person. Okay, it's not about anything of anything. I'm a spiritual person. What you like, you like. What you don't like, you don't like. We're not pressing anything. I'm not liking you because, baby, ooh, I want to know what you like in the bedroom because I personally don't feel like you would even turn me on like that. Personally, I feel like because I know you got a lot of groupies and you don't let a lot of people slob on your knob. I would hate to think about you let the gumless, you let the hoes that done had everybody, you let the project chicks, you let the girls down there in Miami. Like, I would hate to think about all the girls you done shit with. And don't let me get on into the trans woman oh girl. And that's a team too, going into this T.S. Hennessy shit too. Like, how comfortable do you feel that you have gotten your sex change and you are just boastfully talking about all these men you done? As if this is cute, sis. Like, sis, that is an open wound. Like, sis, when you get a sex change, you have to dilate that vagina every day, 4 to 6 hours a day. So, sis, like, you got to be very careful. Like, if cisgender women have to be careful about what goes in and out of that, you really got to be careful, baby, because that's an open wound. So the audacity and the disrespect of the women that came before you is where I'm bothered at. The audacity and disrespect for your fellow trans women, sister, whether they're pre-op or post-op, is where I'm totally upset at. Because now this conversation bleeds into, the whole gay agenda being pushed on people. And I'm kind of like stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? Because I'm like, I'm against it, but I'm kind of like, I can't really be upset at these people because you got T.S. Hennessy's. You got T.S., Shauna Brooks. You got T.S. Sydney Stars. You got all these people that make it seem like it's okay for someone to not be sure about who they are and to then trick or push themselves onto other people. And it's okay. And I really do feel like when these girls start exposing men like this, that Florida, California, New York, and Texas, and I'm down to put this on a ballot, bitch. They need to start making it to where you go to jail for rape, that you go to jail for sexual assault, that you go to jail for murder, attempted murder. And we're not saying attempted murder because you could have gave them an STD because that's, male on male sex scientifically. What I'm saying is that you intentionally tricked this man into thinking that you were a natural born woman. You did not befriend this man and not tell him. You literally let him get between your legs. Oh, that was my timer. You let him get between your legs, sis. You let him get between your legs. You let him eat you out. You let him stick it in you. If that's what you want to call it. And you didn't tell the man. And then now, years come, months later, year later, something go down with you where you're like, oh my God, they're going to expose my trans status. So let me expose them first. And it's just like, wait a minute, sis. Like, oh, girl, that's very, that's very messy. That's very old life. Okay, very old life. Very old life, sis. Let me see if I can slow this down a little bit, y'all. Hold on. Let's see if I can slow this down. Ooh, it's going faster, honey, huh? Well, hold on. Something told me not to put this damn timer on it. Let's leave it like that. So listen, I'm just looking at this whole bleeding over into the conversation of what I said going into the whole trans agenda and LGBT agenda. Everybody's so upset because it's in the movies and it's this and that. I want to play something for y'all right now that I actually, because I saw this whole T.S. Hennessy thing literally like an hour ago, and it could have been 30 minutes ago. And I literally had an experience like 3 hours ago. And I want to see if I can play this for y'all. Tell me if y'all can hear this or not. Let me know if y'all can hear that. If y'all can hear that, let me know. It's a very small snippet. I wish I would have found my recording app before, but I totally forgot where it was at on the phone when all this shit was going on. And so if you guys were able to hear that, because I don't see anybody hear that. So what happened was I went into a place because I was wanting a pizza, and there's only one place that makes good pizza here, right? And believe it or not, it is a Mexican-owned pizza place. Now, girl, we ain't gonna talk about that because, girl, you know, in Southern California, Mexicans got their hands in everything, girl, and ain't nobody mad about nothing. Mexicans own Chinese restaurants, Mexicans own Vietnamese restaurants, they own nail salons. So, bitch, ain't nobody mad but a hater, okay? So I ain't gonna be mad at all. But they make good pizza, y'all, very good pizza. And literally, make sure this mic's on. Literally, y'all, literally, I go into this establishment. Let me see something. Let me see. Okay, there we go. Okay. So I literally went into this establishment to go get um, a pizza. But I was like, I don't think I want a pizza. Like, I'm sitting in my car waiting, y'all. Now, mind you, I'm sitting in my car. No one can see me because my car's tinted windows. Like, you can't see in or anything. Okay, I have tinted windows in the front, the back, the sides. All the windows are tinted. You can't see shit. And so even if you could see shit, it's a shadow. So there was nobody in the store but just two customers, y'all. So I'm like, you know what? No, I'm not going to go in here and get a pizza. I'm going to get some crazy bread to get some marinara sauce because it's so good. So y'all, I go up in here and literally I walk in on a conversation. And of course I was not trying to be nosy because the joint wasn't order. So the lady's, giving the man the money and she's like, no way. Are you serious? There's no way that's possible. And so anyway, the guy takes his money and then he's like, oh shit, you gave back too much money. You only supposed to take back 20 cents. And she's like, oh my God, there we go. I'm just talking a lot, talking a lot. So she gives him the right change. And he said, yeah, I just have a problem with it because my daughter got suspended from school because she called a non binary teacher Mrs. Woodruff. And so they suspended her because how she would have known, blah, 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 blah. And the lady's like, they suspended her? So now, mind you guys, like, I'm like, wait a minute. I'm feeling comfort now because I'm like, now this black guy, because he was the only black guy in this restaurant, there was, not saying this matter, but it kind of does. There was the woman worker, she was Caucasian. There was a male manager, and he was Caucasian. And then the other person, I can't remember what they were because they were down on their phone. So he's literally, the only black man in the room. Literally, like the sore thumb, right? We're gonna say the sore thumb in the room. And there's who I'm saying this. And he's literally going into the show like, yeah, this is getting out of hand. They're really pushing on us. It's like in movies now. It's like in this. And I couldn't help but notice y'all because I have to read this motherfucker down and I'm gonna also read y'all motherfucking ass now because this goes into American privilege. Because everybody's over here saying there's a white privilege, there's a this privilege, there's black privilege, but there is a motherfucking American privilege, and your Americans are getting out of motherfucking line. Okay, you're getting out of fucking a line. You're getting fucking disrespectful, and this is why the shit you see out right now in the streets that's going on is why it's happening. People are going crazy. They're going berserk because you're so fucking disrespectful. So he sits here and he's talking about this, y'all, and I'm just like listening, but I'm like, oh, girl, I can't wait for him to get out the way so I can order my shit and I can go. And better yet, I'm like, I'm not gonna order nothing. I'm waiting for him to get done talking so I can correct and insert myself because it is my business because you're in a public place and now the employee of this business who should be shutting their fucking mouth is now entertaining your stupidity. And so of course she's like, can I help you, ma'am? And I'm like, I'll wait for you to be done. And he's like, thank you, sister. And he's like, yeah, we are just having a conversation here about how they're pushing the gay role on people. And you look like a well put together Christian woman, and I'm sure you're a God fearing woman, and blah, blah, blah. And I just can't believe that they'll be putting this in the school system. And do you have any kids? Are you married? And of course, y'all, I'm just like gagging. Like, I'm just like, I don't know what to say. I'm just shocked. I'm like, honey, when I talk right now, he's probably gonna know, 'cause the voice that I'm about to give her right now is not gonna get the same voice. I said, no, I can wait. Yeah, but she's gonna get this angry side of me. So literally, y'all, they get done. And then she said, how can I help you? And I said, I'm actually gonna go to another establishment and get my dinner. But I just want to let you know something. There's some conversations that should only be had behind the scenes, not in the public. I don't know what caused this conversation. I really don't care because it's really not my business. But because you're talking about it in public, now it is my business, and I feel very uncomfortable. I am an LGBT ally, and the fact is that you will be having a black man in this room who was once oppressed. That you be having this black man in this room that was once oppressed, that feels oppressed, still to this day probably, entertaining you about other oppression, about other minorities. And it's unacceptable. It's just like, wait, what are you talking about? I said, ma'am, you were just talking about the LGBT agenda in the school, and he said his daughter got put on suspension because she called a non-binary teacher Mrs. And he felt like she can call it Mrs. because the woman looked like a woman with breasts and stuff. And she said, and I said, no. I said, it's okay. You don't have to explain nothing to me. I was like, I'm really disgusted because what happened if this was a whole nother situation? Like, what happened if you were me coming into an establishment full of men and they were over here talking about women issues and women think they're all that and women should never be able to be their own boss and this and that? Or better yet, what happened if we were having a conversation that was anti-Semitic or we were having a racist conversation? What would be the difference? And of course, I saw this look on her face like, oh shit, I'm in trouble now. So, y'all, I literally opened the door and said, a fucking fool. Went to the car and got in. Of course, she's laughing. I recorded it too. She was laughing. And I know it was the laughing out of humiliation to this black man. And I said, this is the fucking American privilege that I be fucking talking about that I'm fucking sick of. And this is why I don't really care too much about American people like that. And there's no shade with that outside of when it comes to spirituality and educating, once again, my Kendrick spirit. But outside of me speaking anything from American people that feel like they're American privilege, bitch, you got another fucking thing coming. You think we got anything in common, and we're gonna be cool. I want to first start going into this right here because, of course, I got my shit. Okay. So the 19th Amendment made it illegal to deny the right to vote on any citizen based on their sex, which effectively granted women the right to vote. It was first introduced to Congress in 1878. It was finally certified 42 years in 1920. So that means from 1878 to 1920, women fought to be able to have the right to vote. Now, I'm going somewhere with this because this goes into oppression. How this woman was once considered the oppressed. And even in other countries, women are still mistreated. In Iraq right now, women are being killed right now because they do not feel like women are equal to men. And you set your ass up in your business and thought that a woman, a trans woman, a person of color, Someone who is in a minority group, whichever way you want to slice that, is going to patronize you when you're sitting there with egg on your fucking face. Bitch, you got another motherfucking thing coming. And then it goes into also the freedom of speech because, of course, people get this fucked up and get it twisted up. Freedom of speech is so sacred that it is the only amendment that was actually in two different ones. So freedom of speech talked about being able to speak your mind, being able to have freedom of press, freedom of religion, assembly and petition, and all being incorporated into the 14th Amendment due process law. Okay? And we know that the freedom of speech is also the First Amendment. But also what goes into the 14th Amendment, which was passed in June 8th, 1866, and the reason why I bring this up too, because this was passed before women were even allowed to vote. So that's how deep this shit is. This was passed before a woman was even able to vote in this country. It says that the Senate on June 8th, 1866, and ratified 2 years later on July 9th, 1868, the 14th Amendment granted citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the United States. It included formerly enslaved people and provided all citizens with equal protection under the law. It didn't say only straight people. It didn't say only white people. It didn't say only black people. It didn't say only skinny people, fat people. It said all people equal protection who are fucking citizens. And y'all sit on these fucking YouTube channels that sit on these fucking IT channels that sit in person in establishing it. And it's so stupid. I just love it. These games and this. My baby, they are different us as fucking all like you are. And I brought this up for another purpose too. Because you still got people that are taking out people because this don't apply for everybody. And we know that already. People are still being taken out. Women are being taken out. They're going to go testify on court. That's how I was going to testify on my I told the prosecutor, I want to be self. I want to be private. I don't want to go because I don't want to hate this. I don't want to put my shit there because now I become a target. And I don't want that. So it's like, honey, everybody can get it. So when it comes to American privilege, you start to think because you are a woman that you're better than trans women, or you're better than LGBT people, like you can't get it. You think because you are a man that you're better than women, or you're better than LGBT people. You think because you're black and you're a free black person, you can also oppress and disrespect other oppressed people. And that's where I'm going with all this. Is that I don't want to sit here and play this to Americans who don't want to use your brain cells. I don't want to sit here and play this to Americans who have some type of privilege and you're disrespectful to others that are different. And let's even fast forward over to the 1960s. I keep thinking to myself all the time is that if you want to use your slice of the pie, when it comes down for us to get their piece, they also going to be stingy. And with that being said, the same experience that LGBTQ are experiencing right now in bullshit is the same shit that black folks dealt with in the 1960s in certain parts of America. And hell, better yet than that, in 1972, California barely was the first state to allow here our interracial relationships marriages. 1972, y'all. So that's even better. Even up until 1972, we dealt with people being oppressed on two days love. And now in 2022, y'all think because y'all so motherfucking free. Y'all think because y'all so motherfucking got your shit together. Your shit don't fucking stick over and came a long way. We just fucking want to say. And now you continue to oppress other people who now have their turn at the motherfucking table. Who now have their fucking turn at the that fucking side. And now you think that you should and that you can talk about them is the same shit the white people were saying to y'all back in the day. It's the same shit. It's the same shit the white folks said about Asian people, black people, Hispanic people, most of the people that are hard about. Same shit y'all said about Asian people, most of the people that shit at our school. Same way that the white folks felt y'all. They didn't want y'all at their school. They didn't want y'all eating at their dinner table. They didn't want you at their restaurants. They didn't want you to get on the same bus as them. And I'll be goddamn. 70 something years later, y'all sit here and spit on Rosa Parks. Y'all see him get slapped Corinne, Coretta Scott. You know what? You know what? You know what? Bitch, we don't want y'all to do this. We don't want y'all to do this. We don't want y'all. But like I said, I'm stuck with that because that also goes to the industry make out what it is. Because now it's we're trying to turn out the children. Now we're trying to destroy America's household. So now guess what? Now there's going to be more girls land taken out, and we don't owe it to nobody but hoes like you, whether you're pre-op or post-op. We don't owe it to nobody but Shauna Brooks. We don't owe it to nobody but all these other hoes that think it's okay to expose men for liking people like you. We don't owe it to nobody but y'all. And that's like you said, I'm never gonna hold heterosexual people accountable for the slaying of trans people. I hold other trans people accountable. I hold other trans people accountable. And I'm willing to say too, I think 99% of the transgender murders that happen by other LGBT people. I really do feel that. And I'm not taking that back. Okay, bitch, I walk with spirit, I walk by spirit, I walk for spirit. Okay, I'm not taking that back. I really think that your biggest issue, your biggest kryptonite is other LGBT people. And I'm not saying that all LGBT people are hateful, clearly. I'm not saying that all LGBT people are, trickery and all the good stuff, but I'm saying majority of y'all are. And that's like saying my own little corner. Y'all don't seem to talk about no gay pride. Y'all don't seem to talk about no gay clubs. Y'all don't seem to talk about trans rights, because like at the end of the day, it's not gonna matter because it's me versus millions. You know, allegedly that's what they're saying. There's millions of them now, so it's me versus millions. And this is why girls go into being stealth. This is why girls go into being secretive and say, I don't want to tell nobody. I want to keep this to myself because once again, now you're looked at as a fool. And it's very brave of people like me, and it takes a lot of confidence, okay, and very thick skin to be who you are and not hold to the stereotypes. To be who you are and not give in to what other girls have made for you. It's a very different type of strength too. It's a very different type of strength. Because even going into trauma and stuff too, like going into the trans people I met, I've never met, outside of myself, and I'm sure it's out there, but going into, like I say, trans people, even I'm thinking a lot of these people are men who are sexually traumatized, going into, uncles and brothers and sisters and cousins and all this good stuff. And of course, I'm not here to bring up triggers for anybody, but almost every transgender person that I've met, no, fuck that. Every transgender that I've met has had a sexual violation on them when they were younger, which lead me to believe that, yeah, honey, yeah, something may go on with these people to think that they're a woman. Because if the actions are not there and the comfortability in your presentation is not there, and I always have a conversation with my sister about this because I tell her everything's about presentation. There's no way, and I tell y'all this to be honest with y'all. Back in the beginning, I've dated people, and you know, I had situations where guys were like, I want a transgender. In their mind, I'm assuming they wanted a transgender porn star. So I was just here talking to my motherfucking self, huh? Can y'all hear me now? Mm, girl, because I had the mic thing still plugged in there. Well, what I was talking about. I guess it doesn't matter. Spirit's like, bitch, it's time to go. What I was saying is, gay people will tear you down. I told y'all about the LA chat line where they were setting girls up, and I had a girlfriend. Like these group of these guys, came to us because girl, we were lying. You know, I didn't live in LA at the time. I lived in Stockton, and I wanted them to believe that I lived in LA. So I was like, yeah, I live in Tarzana, because I knew a guy that lived in Tarzana, honey. Shout out to Junior in Tarzana. Yeah, yeah, Mama from Tarzana. Anyway, y'all, shout out to Tarzana and Encino Hills and Sherman Oaks, honey. Yes, girl, been on there a couple of times. But anyway, I want to go out there to never mind. I almost said out loud. There's a place I want to go very soon. But listen, literally, I told them I lived in Tarzana, and they're like, "Where you live at?" And I was like, "Tarzana." They're like, "Wait a minute, this bitch from Scott Money. She live in the valley, right?" And so, literally, girl, all these guys were like trying to get on a Shaw. And at that time, I had one MySpace, and this girl assumed that my name was Alex. She was like, because I called myself Sexy Alexis back then. And she's like, Alex, Alex, Alex. There go Alex. Oh my God, y'all know who the girl is too. Mama was famous for, first of all, LA Blade. Chris Crocker got on there as Penelope, y'all. We told y'all the story. Chris Crocker was Penelope. Um, one of the girls who was like, hey y'all, my name is Melinda. Da, 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 da. She got all these followers back in the day. And then Mama came out and was like, I got a secret I need to tell y'all. And I've been holding this secret in for a very long time. And Mama's like, I'm actually a man. And then her voice switched. Now that's how Mama used to talk back in the day, y'all. She's from Texas, but she be in LA. I'm not gonna say no name, but Mama used to get on that phone with that man voice and say, "Shut up, bitch! You tell that motherfucker." Like, girl, Mama will be in the phone yelling, y'all. Girl. And so anyway, a lot of girls used to get on LA Chatline, girl, going into uh, people that were like fashion people and shit, y'all. Just amazing. LA Blade was good back in the day, y'all. What, 2003, y'all? I was still in fucking high school on LA Blade, y'all. Yes, girl. I had a AT&T Go phone, girl. Hello. 2003 to 2006, I got on the LA Blade. And there was a guy on there that sounded like Tyler Perry, too. Y'all used to play like Medea and shit. And I was like, ooh, that motherfucker do that shit good, too. Sound just like Medea, too, y'all. Now, I don't know if it was, Tyler Perry or not, y'all, but it really sounded like the bitch. Then there was another bitch by the name of, oh my God, what was this guy name? Oh my God, he was so cute. Anyway, but y'all, they just flocked to us. So we had like room numbers, and we were always in, 13 or 9, right? And people will find us, girls. They'll be in there, and you press the button and say 1, or you press it and say 5, 6. Nobody was talking, and they'll hear our conversations, y'all, right? Y'all, make a long story short, girl, they were setting girls up. And I know at that time there was 3 people killed off that line. And then I want to say a year later, a girl went to jail or something. Like, I don't know, something weird happened. There was a transgender woman named Ladybug or something. She was setting people up, girl. But anyway, girl, they were all doing that. That's what I said, girl. I don't care what I'm about to say. A lot of these transgender people and gay people be setting other people up. And it's sad. It's really sad because you can't trust your own LGBT people. And I know everybody ain't like that, but I'm like, damn, sis, like, do LA have any honest, real LGBT people? That's what I was kind of wondering. The whole LA area, that's what I was kind of wondering back in the day, because I'm like, damn, they be on some shady shit, girl. Like shady Grady, honey. Like Miss Thing, like, I'm that girl. I'm that bitch. I don't give a fuck if you talk about the, yeah, girl. Anyway, God. So listen, it's back. Trigger, I was going through it. Oh no, that's like a lot of people down on MySpace or something. Yeah, there was a lot. I'm telling you, LA, we're not going to put it all on LA. Places that there are a lot of people at is very dangerous. I think if you live in LA, I think if you live in any type of metropolitan city, First of all, you being LGBT, you should have spiritual protection always anyway. Protection is something you should always do. Okay. We talked about this before. I tell my sisters when you're doing spiritual work, do not call me. And I tell them the only thing that you can call me when you do is protection work. Because honey, ain't nobody gonna get affected by protection work but people that are working against you. So with that being said, already being LGBT, you should already any type of oppressed person, or if you feel oppressed, you should always be doing protection anyway. Woman, man, Christian, Jewish, it doesn't matter. You should be protected. But I think that going into places like LA, which I told you is filled with demons, like girl, very horrific. They have some very horrific situations happen in LA, known and unknown, music industry, public stuff, like y'all, just horrible shit. Like girl, from Bella Martinez, into just a lot of stories. Like I remember even going back in the day where I was dating someone and they really wanted me to move to LA. And at that time I was like, bitch, I'm not leaving. Like I love Stockton. I'm not leaving. And sure enough, I'm telling him like LA is dangerous. And he's like, no, I said, honey, I got family in LA. Like that, like they're fucking dangerous. I got family in fucking Inglewood and Culver City and Hawthorne and shit. Like, yeah, it's dangerous, bruh. Like I know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Like they've done some fucked up shit. I had a cousin that actually, and see, this goes into karma too, that got away from that shit, and he actually ended up dying in his 30s of a heart condition. But he did some fucked up shit before he left out of LA. Like y'all, some very fucked up shit, girl. Got locked up a couple of times too. In fact, his older brother, who I never got to meet, was actually murdered. Even going into my siblings, I have siblings that right now, if they were alive, they would probably be, 50. So they were, alive 20 years before I was even born. They literally were murdered in Watts and other parts of LA. There was even a weird ass city where I was like, where the fuck is that city? And I had to Google it because I kept hearing relatives talk about it. And I'm like, where is the city at? Like, is this in a country bumpkin, Alabama or something? Girl, right there in LA. A little small ass city too. Little small city. A brother of mine was murdered there. So it's like, with that being said, it's like, girl, it's a very dangerous place. And going into, people that I know there, me going there sometimes, like, honey, yeah, that's like what they said, concrete jungle. Like everybody can get it. And it's even scarier. And it kind of reminds me of too, like New York and even Vegas, like Vegas, because I'm thinking of places that have like well-known famous people and they do shady shit. Like they have people to do shit for them. And it's just like, girl, LA is not the place to y'all to be playing games at. Okay. That's all I'm gonna say. And so you got to be protected. Okay. Yes. Yes. Chats are anonymous and shady. And that's what everything too. Like, Grinder is too. Like, Grinder is the chat line. That's why in my mind, like, I don't know people in their right mind, and maybe because things never happened to them, will be like, I'm gonna go on Grinder and meet a guy, and we're gonna hook up the same day, the next day, whatever. I don't care about what they look like. Listen, let me check out. Actually, we can talk about this. We could talk about this. Let's talk about this. We can talk about this. There's a situation that I had off of Grinder. And I was like, ooh, girl, wait a minute. A guy was like, I'm DL and I don't feel comfortable showing my face, but I can show you my body. And this is spiritual to y'all, because I do feel like these people that be like, I'm DL, but yet you meet with every person you talk to on Grindr, or you met with more than one person, you're not DL no more, because somebody's seen your face and they can describe you, bitch. Like, think about sketches and shit. Like, they can remember, oh yeah, he was tall, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so I met with a guy, and this, oh my God, two things happened. I met with another guy off another chat line, and that was a little creepy too, where daddy was all like, bitch, I gave you something. And I was like, bitch, let me go to Planned Parenthood. Bitch, jump to Planned Parenthood too, because the motherfucker was trying to get me together. But anyway, so two things happened. The guy on Grindr was the most recent one within the past 2 years, 3 years. He literally did not want to show his face. Nice body, tall guy. He's like, I'm only into, trans and blah, blah, blah. And, I think we talked before. And I was like, I don't think so. And he's like, I think we talked before. And I'm like, okay. So to make a long story short, y'all, he's like, here's my number. And of course, there's the app I have on my phone. When you give me your number, it'll tell me if your number is the app number, a Google Voice number, a Skype number. It'll tell me if it's a real number or not, right? If it's an app number, Google Voice, it doesn't matter. Um, what is the other one called? Did y'all hear that right now? Anyway, so I literally was like, oh, he's giving me his number, and it's a real number because I enter it and the name pop up, right? And I'm like, ooh, it's a real number. So I decided to meet up with him because he didn't want to show his face, but he did show me his body. And I was like, when I see him, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna know him, whatever. So I meet up with him, and y'all, instantly, y'all, because I check out before I meet with people, there's something I do before I do. I need to start doing it more before I step out of my house, so I can recognize the energy, instantly too, regardless of what I feel like. And if I don't feel my best, don't go nowhere. So if I'm not feeling my best and I can't tap in, allergies, sinuses, whatever. So y'all, I literally, okay, let's talk about it. Literally see this man, and I instantly got ringing in my left ear, and I could see like, ooh, something ain't right. So of course, I just got it, something right. And then of course, we're talking, and I'm just asking questions because I'm like, I'm feeling some discomfort here. And just in case this motherfucker want to wrestle, girl, we got our protection. If you want to wrestle, bitch, we got aluminum bat right here behind the couch. Bitch, I got my taser, I got my mace, and I got a switchblade. So bitch, you try it. Bitch, we sauteing you, we cooking you. Okay? And so either way, he then tells me that he had an experience where a trans person lied and said they were trans when in fact they were just a boy dressing up. And I just kind of thought, that's weird he's telling me this story, y'all. Like, I'm just like, that's so weird. Why would he tell me this story? Right? And clearly, he wasn't saying that to be shady. So we do our thing, and I got some content from it because it was the content type of meetup, right? It was not an escort and prostitution type of thing because I told you I do not prostitute. I escort it. Means you pay for my time. You come over, we have a dom session or massages, right? But there's no screwing and none of that. So we do our thing. I get the content. And he literally leaves as soon as I shut the door and lock it. And I get my first text. So this motherfucker could have been like literally right outside the door. And he's like, I feel kind of weird now. I feel like I cheated on my wife. Now, y'all, I was a little confused because this was supposed to be kind of like a three-way thing. There was going to be a guy involved. And I was just like, yeah, I don't really feel comfortable the first time. Maybe the second time we get a third person involved and then, record that, whatever. But y'all, this motherfucker was so like, I feel like I cheated on my wife. Like, I was not expecting you to be so womanly. I was not expecting you to be so soft and so feminine. And I wanted to have fun. And so what I took it as like, okay, so he wanted what he was talking about. When he said that he met someone who said to be trans, but it was a gay guy dressed up. Maybe that was a fetish for him, but I think that's what he was actually wanting. He was wanting somebody with stubble on their face. He was wanting somebody who gave off that masculine appearance. And I just made him feel uncomfortable, according to what he was saying. So I literally was like, so I want to clarify with you. You felt like you were cheating with a woman on your wife, and you wanted to cheat on your wife with a trans person. And once again, that's why I say that men, not all the time, but men who likes transgender sexually sees them as a man, but they're more comfortable with it because they're like, baby, you give me my wife type of tea. And that's what he was like, yes. And yeah, I was expecting, to be a more, man on man experience, just some weird shit, y'all. So at this point I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and let you go because I was like, that was the spirit that I felt. And y'all, this through the text messages, literally after that, he's like, yeah, I'm pissed off right now. Like, I'm about to do something right now because this really pissed me off. Like, I did not want to cheat on my wife, blah, blah, blah. So now I'm thinking to myself, like, is it possible that this wife got this on? His wife is playing games. And I was so confused. I was like, oh, no, this is spiritual. So of course, y'all, I'm like, bitch, I need to get into meditation. I need to get into prayer because there's some crazy shit. And this motherfucker is liable to do some shit. So of course, then he responded was like, yeah, tonight is my last night. Blah blah blah. And like, y'all, I'm just still thinking to myself, like, what the fuck is going on? This is some weird shit. And all I could think about, y'all, was past experiences that I heard of from people and girls that are not here that were not able to tell their story. Not even just girls, but gay guys too. And you know, so I started thinking to myself, like, so this is how it starts. This is how it starts. It starts with, now you're guilty. Now you feel strange because you didn't think it was going to happen. He probably didn't think we were going to actually meet up. And then you wanted this to be basically a more gay experience for you, basically is what you're saying, but not saying. And it was not a gay experience for you. You really wanted the man to be there, and the man was not there. So you were like, what the fuck? Whatever. And then now, fast forwarding, now you're in a retaliation state. Now you want to possibly kill someone or even yourself. So I literally told him, you know, to kind of pump some fear into him. Like, just so you know that all these text messages are saved and recorded, which they are, bitch. I still got them too. They're saved, they're recorded, and they may be forwarded to law enforcement just in case you do some crazy stuff. I really advise you to staff for Craigslist, Grinder, and all these gay apps, Jacked, and all this good shit because you're liable to hurt somebody. What it looks like is that you're not secured in who you are. You're not secured in your identity. You're not secured in the fact that you like men. Okay, flat out, because bitch, the whole transgender thing is a cover up for you. You're into full-fledged man. And because of that, now you're going to be in retaliation mode. And now you're going to possibly go on Grindr and kill somebody. And this is not safe. And I was like, this is completely unacceptable. And I was like, I'm actually going to tell people on Grindr to not see anybody who's DL who don't want to show their face. And of course, people are still doing it. That's what I said about the Jeffrey Dahmer shit. Like, nobody learned anything from Jeffrey Dahmer's story. Nobody learned anything from any of this shit. Nobody really give a fuck. So you don't give a fuck, I don't give a fuck. When they say stories about people from Grindr and a guy, you know, something happened to somebody from Grindr, I'm just like, okay. Because at this point, I'm just like, sis, like, y'all have to be very, very smart. Like, even, you know, Jeffrey Dahmer was in the late 80s, early 90s. People were in the clubs in the 90s and stuff going home with people, fucking people right there in the urinals and shit, and stalls and shit, pitch black. And I'm just like, bitch, have you heard the stories about people shoving knives in people's asses and shit? Like, there's some real horrible stories I've heard at gay nightclubs, about gay nightclubs. So it's like, why would you be sitting here even playing with that because you want to get off? Once again, going into desperation. The spirit is telling you to do something, you're just like, yeah. So with that, that's why I'm like, ooh, girl, that's creepy. Like, people are still meeting with people, and it's very, 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 very creepy. And like I said, going into this experience that I had with that guy, like, girl, never again. You can't show your face. You can't video chat. I can't call you on the phone. I can't see who you are. Like, baby, we're not meeting that. Like, baby, bitch. And that's where even going into the pricing shit came in at too. I don't care what type of meetup it is, honey. I need a gift. I need a gift. And I need you to send me a gift through a place that is traceable, that you have to show your ID to do it. Yeah, bitch, just in case some shit go down. I'm even going to start implementing too, because I told you I want to get back into the domination adult stuff. Very soon. I'm even going to implement that there's an application that you're going to fill out this application, and you got to give me resource of other girls you met up with, and I determine if I want to meet up with you or not. Because people are too fucking crazy, honey. I'm not getting caught up in that. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh, it cut out when I said people are violated at a young age. Going into transsexuals. Oh, so that means that y'all don't hear the amendment part and shit either, huh? Going into transsexual stuff, I think that a lot of people that are claiming to be trans are not really trans. I think they're a sexually violated man. Every transgender that I've dealt with have been sexually violated. I'm the only one out of all the transgenders I've met thus far. When I say transgenders, that means they identify as transgender, and they're not stealth. Like, they know they trans, they present stuff as trans. Like, everybody I've known, they've been sexually violated. And I'm just like, now I'm like, yeah. So how do I know you're really trans though? Like, how do I know this is not a sexual fantasy? And for some, it was even more extreme, where they were like, everybody did it. My grandfather, my cousin, my brother, my uncle, and I'm just like, girl, like, so basically, they submitted you into this role, culturally made you this submissive person, and this is why you feel like you're submissive. This is why you feel like you're a pretty little princess, but not really. Oh, girl, a fool, honey. It is scary, yes, honey. Very scary, honey. It be your own people. This dude on Facebook said that he was watching a Hispanic charge a Hispanic vendor selling their goods on the sidewalk. So I say yes, LA and the cities are too commercial. It sure is, honey. Yeah, being LGBT people try to suck off your energy all the time like leeches. Yes, they do. New York is very dangerous, but it's more underground. They hide it here way more than LA, but it's say but I'll say it's probably safer to walk around at night than LA. Yeah, New Yorkers would be more safer to walk around at night than LA. You're right about that. Due to a lot of things. Um, I don't think that New York is more dangerous than LA because going even into stats and stuff, New York does not come up as that. Like we're talking about per capita, like going into, even into like Stockton being considered the most dangerous city in America, top 5 or something like that. People are like, how's that possible? When there's more killings in Oakland than Stockton. But we're talking about per capita. So we're talking about if there's 30,000 people living in a city, usually there's only like 10 deaths a year out of those people, 30,000 people. And probably not even that. It'll probably be like 2 or 3 people. When you're in a city with 200, 300,000 and you're having a murder every day, it's like, ooh, that's dangerous. Or not even murder, but like car break-ins, assaults. Like, oh my God, everything, girl. Even insurance, y'all. I told y'all my insurance was high as fuck. Okay? High as fuck. I got my first car in 2015. I moved out of Stockton in 2020. For 5 years, bitch, I paid a lot for insurance. And one insurance company's had nerve to try to go up on my premium. And if somebody was like, girl, you know you can get that money back. I said, what I gotta do? You gotta call in. I said, girl, but I'm not insured with them. I'm like, no, bitch, you still got that policy number. Call them. Called them, bam, girl. They cut me a check for $3,000. I said, bam, I got back all my fucking money that I paid y'all asses. Okay, how about that? But yeah, so LA is dangerous on the scale of the crimes, the type of crimes, and yeah, and what they are. New York, yeah, it's dangerous. New York, yeah, certain boroughs they have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, but overall, New York is still safer than LA. Okay, very safer. Okay. The biggest red flag on Grindr is when they say they know you but won't say from where. Oh, honey. Well, see, going into that, I had like my brother's homeboys hit me up. Okay. I've had cousin homeboys. Okay. Friends of the family. You know, even one of the persons never told me who they were, and I got creeped out because they like, I saw you grow up, and I always knew you were gonna be this beautiful woman, and I can't believe that I had to wait 12 years to see it. And like this motherfucker was real, like, girl, I was scared, y'all. And he was like, "Hey, I think I saw you at the grocery store." Like, mind you, I'll get on Grindr and he'll just send these messages. Hey, I think I just saw you at Safeway. Were you at Safeway? And that's how I was like, "Oh my God, this is creepy." So I really was like, "Girl." And you know, at that time too, I was doing cam shows and shit. And I always tell people like, when you do public shit like that, you got to be smart. Like even going into like one of my sisters, I would always say like, girl, you've been on cam shows, like you do content, people see you on these websites. It's a matter of time before you see them in person, especially you being trans. Like you're easy to spot for one. For two, you know, the trans community in any area, like, you know, in California, it's not that huge, so they can easily find you. So with that being said, it's like now you got to think twice about who you meet up with and how you meet up with them. Like there's somewhere now you just meet up with somebody because you're horny and oh yeah, you come to my house right now. Like no, honey, you do meet up with people. Now it needs to be in public settings or it needs to be at a public place. Like you're not coming to my house. Like bitch, let's meet up in person a couple of times. I like you, then you come back. If not, we won't come back. Or I'll get an Airbnb or I'll get a hotel, whatever. But you got to be smart. Yeah, honey, there's a lot of stalkers on Grindr. You said it. Yeah, Mystic, that is so scary. He's insane. They are mad that they are gay and they want to hurt gays and trans women and cis women for it. Or they're straight and want to be like us and that makes them mad. Of course. What scares me about Jeffrey Dahmer is how calm he was. That calmness is a huge red flag. Well, listen, a lot of people ain't afraid of Jeffrey Dahmer, though. A lot of people ain't fucking afraid of Jeffrey Dahmer. I just saw the other day, and I'm not going to say it, but I am going to say it. I just saw the other day a gay guy coming out of. I told y'all my neighbor's a gay guy. Did I tell you that? He's an older, uh, he's an older uh, Caucasian man who makes a lot of money. From what they told me, he makes six figures, sometimes seven figures a year. So I'm like, oh, so he's paying these people that he brings up over here, but he always go picks them up. And I didn't see it for like 2 or 3 months, y'all. But I literally pulled up and Bella started barking. So I looked up and he's coming down the walkway with this gay guy limping and shit. Now, with the Jeffrey Dahmer shit, I'm like, do I call the police? What the fuck's going on here? Because why the fuck is this man limping like that? But he was limping and maybe he rammed him hard. I don't know. But he's limping and then he gets into his car and they drive off. And I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, like, so Jeffrey Dahmer ain't ringing nobody's bell, huh? Like, bitch, I be damned. Like, girl, no shade. I don't do out calls. I don't go to nobody's house like that. We talked about this before. I don't know what that is outside of desperation. Okay? Outside of desperation, because if the motherfucker think you're a bad bitch, he's gonna treat you like that bad bitch, and he's gonna say, "Bitch, let me pay for your hotel," whatever the case may be. Like he's gonna like, "Bitch, let's get a hotel. I'll meet you at the hotel." Like I'm down for that. But me going to your house, that's not gonna happen. So you can set me up. But girls do that, guys do that, even in 2022. And like I said, people are still being found. People are still missing. There's still sex trafficking people. They're finding bodies in rivers and lakes. And I'm just like, there's no way on God green earth. I don't care how fucking horny I am. I don't care how fucking desperate I am for money. Okay, I don't give a fuck what it is, but you better go get a 9 to 5 job. Bitch, ain't no way I'm going to a stranger's house or somebody who I don't know like that. Like, what is their blood type? Oh, I don't know. What's their favorite color? I don't know. What's their legal name? I don't know. Have you ever seen ID? No, I didn't know. And you going to their house? Like, bitch, how dumb are you? How dumb are you? Like, there's no way I'm doing that, bro. Like, no way. Like, you're not setting me up, bitch. You're not locking. And it's not me being negative. It's me thinking about everybody could get it. And everybody has a flip side to them. Everybody have that A-B side, A side, B side. You show me your A side. Oh, girl, you can trust me. I'm cool. And then the B side, bitch, I get there. Now, bitch, I'm locked up and all this good shit. And another scary thing, too, is chlorophyll has no odor. Okay? So with that being said, bitch, you ain't getting me together. So like I said, bitch, you could meet me in a hotel. Bitch, you send me the money, I'll get the hotel. You come and meet me, or you go get the hotel, send me the picture of you in the hotel, and I'm down to go there because, bitch, that's public record. There's cameras and stuff there. You really never hear of stories like that. I keep telling you, we hear stories about people getting murdered in hotels and stuff. It's usually some other shit going on, some messy shit going on. No shade. Some messy shit. But going into clients and stuff, yeah, that's public. There's cameras going on. If it's not a police thing, then honey, you're good. It's gonna be one or the other. If you're not doing illegal, you're gonna worry about it being a police thing anyway. But the whole thing about it, I'm about to go to your house, and now I'm stuck in your house. You might have a lock. You might shut that door, and now I'm stuck. Yeah, bitch, I ain't that girl. I ain't that girl, honey. I feel like this show got this character wrong. Jeffrey was very calm and disturbed. He was sick. Sick person. It's hard to describe these people. But there is a demon in real life. No emotion, no fear, sick. I believe it. I want to do something on Jeffrey Dahmer. I feel very, I won't say connected to, even though I did find out he's a Gemini, I never knew that. I want to say in the 90s and the 2000s, my mom and them actually owned the movie. That's why I told you there's been so many movies of Jeffrey Dahmer. Like it's something that they're trying to put on people. But it came out at the right time because people are still doing shit. They don't think that serial killers are real. That's why people are getting got. They don't think that, they still trust people. People think we still live in a safe world. And people are getting got by their own friends. I just saw a story not too long ago about a woman that was killed by her own cousin and her cousin's friend. And these are people that she saved before in the past. And they basically invited her over and killed her right there. It's just, it's sad. But going into that, there's a lot going on with Jeffrey, and I tell y'all that that's definitely a sign of underground Satanism and spirituality. You know, just kind of giving a recap on all this good stuff. We kind of talked about it a couple of weeks ago too. Like, there's so much to Jeffrey that the media is withholding from people, and that's why I want to go into it with the Midnight Metanoia. And we'll probably be doing that soon because I do have pre-episodes already recorded, but I'm like, I really want to do something with that because there's so much energy with this man. It's so heavy. It's so changey, going into names. Like, there's just a lot of stuff that comes up. Identity, being given identity. We're changing you out. Now you need to do A, B, C, D, F, E, F, G. Like, it's just some real creepy shit. Like, even if you follow the law and shit, it's like, what, 3 years of this shit, right? He was arrested in 91. He was murdered in 93. Y'all can look it up. Y'all can confirm with me. But he was definitely murdered, like, within so many years. Within definitely for sure 5 years of him getting arrested. So it's like, okay. But if you look at all his court videos and raw documents and stuff, this man looked like a whole new person every time he went inside that damn courthouse. And even going into Tracy, the victim that actually survived, which they said he was not homo, and allegedly he said he was not a homosexual, but I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all. And something comes up with this man being connected to Ohio and Cleveland. I'm seeing Cleveland, Ohio, and Cincinnati and Cleveland. I'm seeing both of that. Something comes up with this man. And we know in that era, there's a lot of men that were of a particular color who went to other parts of the world, like Chicago, to do homosexual acts because they didn't want to bring it home. Okay, I'm not saying, but I am saying. Okay, very similar to what went on in New Orleans and stuff. That being an outside thing first, and then it being underground in Louisiana, and then it being exposed to the top. And even to this day, right now, some of those gangsters down there are still doing very much homosexual stuff. Okay, but those girls know not to expose them because, honey, those motherfuckers will take them out. But anyway, and now Atlanta the same way too. But this Tracy guy, there's a lot, and somehow the way this man was implanted, we're going to say alleged until proven otherwise. This man was some type of implant and kind of like the chosen one. And this is why it was set up the way it was set up. Even going into the prior situation where Jeffrey Dahmer, the police was called on him, and the cops returned this boy, I don't want to mess with his name. We're going to say Safoni. Okay. We're going to say Safoni or Conrad. I think his last name was Conrad. He was returned back to him. So I'm like, going into the Tracy situation, why didn't that happen with Tracy? Hello? And then how so ironic that Tracy, the only thing that will make the cops arrest him is that Tracy was handcuffed, and Tracy, the cops say, yeah, we need the key. You have the key to unlock him? And Jeffrey's like, yes, I do. Come on in. And then they go in, and then just happen the cop look over and say, these are Polaroids. Oh my God. And it's like, girl, like, stop it with the bullshit, girl. Like, girl. Anyway. So I said there's a lot of, funny shit that comes up with the Tracy character. But definitely going into Jeffrey Dahmer, there's a lot of tea with him not being who he really is. And even going into names and shit, there's a lot of tea that come up about that. And a lot of underground stuff. And like I said, even when he was interviewed, Daddy didn't want to come out and say he was a Luciferian. But there's two things that caught my attention when I saw the documentary about his apartment a couple of years ago. I want to say it was 2016, 2017. And they had the picture of Jesus on the ground with the crown on his head. And I know it was supposed to look like he was hung up on a cross, but I'm like, why did he have it laying flat like Jesus was on the ground praying higher for redemption? You know what I mean? It was freaky to see that. And then above the windowsill, because you know that the window is a portal. If you don't know now, you know. And even going into a class that I want to drop on Samhain, and I should actually put it out now because that's in 2 weeks. And I want people to say, girl, I wanted to get this class. And girl, I didn't say the money yet, but I want to do something on home protection, like advanced home protection, because windows are portals anything that's boxed is a portal. So going into your door, going into your cell phone, going into your closet, everything is a rectangular shape. Going into windows and stuff, it is a square, but if you take off part of the window, that is a rectangle. I just want to point that out. Going into your door too, your door is a rectangle. Going into your TV, is it a rectangle? So with that being said, your cell phone is a rectangle. You know, they say this is a square, but it's actually a rectangle. Okay, so this is conjuring. This is a portal for spirit to come in, even going into cleansing your home. And there's a special thing you do with your windows, and you know, people get it right, some people don't get it right, but it's how you stop people from intruding into your house, like burglaries and home invasions and stuff. But he had right above his window a picture of a demon, and of course when I saw this picture, I kind of like tried to zoom in, but it was blurred out. And then I saw a video. I want to say, ooh, this was like 9 or 10 months ago, where they zoomed into it. And you could see this demonic entity so clear that it even looked like the eyes of this demon was glowing and active in the picture. And I doubt that this decal was reflective. So with that being said, knowing the name of that spirit, I'm like, this motherfucker was demonic. And that's why he only attacked certain type of people. That's why he also was in the neighborhood of these people. Because once again, you hear stories about people that are taking people out or that take people out, and just so happen people stumbled in their neck of the woods. I won't go into that. You can do your research on that. Particularly in the South, in Georgia, in Kentucky, people stumble in these neighborhoods, and then the people are like, "Come on in here." Even going into LA, the story of what's her name? Something with Tracy. The story about the Tracy girl stumbled into a very well-known part of LA, but these people are very racist as well. They're very anti-woman. So she had two things against her. They were anti-woman and they were anti-colored woman. And they got her together. Even I told y'all about them being exposed, that they had an underground porno ranch over in this area. And it did not come out until after they found her body. And there's other people that went missing in these areas too, that the law enforcement have not even decided to look into, because they're like, oh, or maybe they got paid off. I don't know. But there's a lot of that. People stumbling into these neighborhoods and getting taken out. With Jeffrey Dahmer, it's like, bitch, he moved into the neighborhood where he was like, I'm going to go down. And just so happened too, some of his victims weren't even from that area. Like the one who exposed him, Tracy, like I think they said he was from Louisiana. But the one that basically got him busted. So it's like, there's a lot with a lot that they're not talking about. And in the movie, we know that movies are a depiction of people's stories, right? Very similar to history. So I definitely believe they kept out a lot of stuff. And even going into me seeing and going into me feeling, like I know there's a lot going on. And even going into this too, because going into Stockton, like Stockton, they said there's a serial killer in Stockton. They said, like, because I had to look this up, because I'm like, what the fuck is a serial killer? They said that they have a pattern, right? But it's hard to track down their pattern. But usually there's a pattern of some sort, right? But Jeffrey Dahmer had a different type of pattern. Like, the process was the same, possibly, but going into Tracy and then going into Conrad, those two stories were different. Now, these are the two stories they presented. So these are two different stories. So it's like, why are they calling this man a serial killer? Like, there's more to that. Like, I think it's deeper than that. And this also even is in connections too, because now this is coming up as well. Not even trying to tap in, but it literally just came up for me that there was a story of some teenagers in the Midwest somewhere that were Satanists that killed a teenager or multiple teenagers. The guy was charged. Oh my God. And one of these celebrities actually bailed him out and took him under his wing. And somehow, some way, that whole connection is linked to Jeffrey Dahmer too. And there's a whole bunch of tea, y'all. Like I said, we're going to talk about that. There's a whole bunch of tea. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Like it's really, really crazy when things start to connect the dot. Some that I want to go back to. I don't know if I said this or not too, and I know people that are only in here right now are gonna get it. And y'all, I'm about to be done and go take off this lipstick and shit, honey, because I'm getting itchy and shit. And I don't know if I don't know if it's the lipstick, what the fuck it is, honey. But listen, I'm not saying, but I am saying. I told y'all when we did the Nicole Brown video, and I'm gonna do a playlist of all the men I met to know so y'all can kind of get it. But if you remember when I did and this came out because I just saw this last week about this person that I mentioned. So there are some Hollywood movers that are in the background and in the foreground. And once again, I pay attention to stuff and how people act with their daughters, because I think that a woman is going to treat their daughters like they have been treated, and they're going to treat their sons like they would like a man to treat them. That's what I think from what in my head. I guess that's what you want to call it. You know. So I don't know if I said Lisa Rinna or Lisa Reynolds. Okay. But I mean Lisa Rinna. I always say Lisa Reynolds. I don't know why, but going into, she's the one to have the deflated lips. She's always had deflated lips, in my opinion. Mama had like a flat busted lip. I don't know. But this lady came up in the Nicole. I saw her being connected kind of like a madam, and going into being connected with Nicole Brown and, that whole situation. And something came out, y'all, this week or last week, and you can look up, where somebody said that she is somebody that plays dirty in Hollywood. Now, don't quote me on this, y'all. You look it up. Mind you, we did Midnight Metanoia on this 3 weeks ago. I don't know Lisa Rinna in person. I know what she looked like. And like I said, when I was doing that Midnight Metanoia, that's the image that I saw. The person looked like Lisa Rinna. Very similar to something that, happened, and I guess this goes into mediumship because, of course, anyway. Something came up even 2 weeks ago on someone that we've never even talked about publicly. And I had a very disturbing nightmare. And I don't have nightmares, but somehow, some way, I was tapping into this person's energy, and I saw people around me. Oh my God, I got chills right now too. My nose just kind of popped. I saw people around me that looked like people that we all know. And the crazy thing about it is, like, none of the stories said that these people were even involved or connected or even there at this time. But I'm seeing this as if I'm this person, and even into the sense of how this person went out. And like I said, I won't talk about it right now because I'm going to really go into depth with it, but I'm going to actually prepare myself for that because that's going to be a very traumatic experience. Leave right now, I'm just like hyperventilating. But I literally, was seeing this through my eyes. But I know I was like, bitch, that's not me. And I know this is not a premonition because I will never be around those type of people and to be enforced into doing things that I don't want to do. And that's when things felt different for me. Things felt very different for me. And then even going into me seeing a flash, right? Like right before something went down, I saw a flash and I was like wishing to get myself out of it, y'all. And that's why I said it became a nightmare because I was trapped there. And I'm like, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Like I'm telling myself to wake up in this experience. And I'm still there. And then I feel myself and I feel my temperature change and I feel liquid and I feel just a whole bunch of stuff coming over me. And very instantly, oh God, y'all. Oh God. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna wait to talk about that, y'all, because that stirs up some emotions, honey. And I'm not even a fan of this person. I love their music and stuff, but I'm not even a diehard fan of them. And to even go into this process of what I saw and even the flashes that I saw as if they were my own memories and my own flashes in front of me. When I woke up, y'all, I was so traumatized that I immediately got up, threw on my wig, and I went out and got some fresh air. Like I went out and I was really trying to like clear it. I was paranoid too for a couple of days. Very, very paranoid. When I say paranoid, where I was like, you know, is this person watching? Like, why are they coming to? Are they talk? What? Ooh, ooh. It was very, very uncomfortable for me to where I had to tell myself, like, girl, that was not your experience. 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 So I almost booked the damn session because I was like, honey, it was so traumatic for me. It was so traumatic for me. It was so traumatic. And I think what linked it is when I saw Tyler, whatever that guy is, doing something with someone else. And that was the last thing I saw that day too. And I think that's what triggered that energy to come on. Okay, that's what I think would trigger that, because I was like, where did that even come from? I don't even think about that person. I'm not a fan like that. And to have those experiences and to see this, I'm like, honey, these people be lying. Okay, that's what I'm gonna say. They be lying. They be lying. I don't trust. I don't trust Ned, bitch, Ned, hoe. Near bastard. Okay, anyway. The biggest red flag on Grindr's window card. I read that. What scares me about Jeffrey Dahmer? I read that. I feel like the shit. Okay. What is that? I feel like show the character role. Okay, I read that. I feel very dangerous with spiritual groups. Mobsters. Yeah. New York is scary with the mob mentality. New York, Atlanta, Las Vegas, these are mobster, areas. LA is not the mobster type of team because they have too many groups working with each other. And of course, everything is alleged to prove otherwise. I'm just telling what I see and what I feel spiritually every time I'm actually in LA, and even going to people that I deal with that gets into shit like that in LA. Bitch, y'all gotta be cute. Y'all gotta be careful. Okay. It's just a very, very trifling area. Like I said, but going into mobsters, they don't have the mobster stuff there. They have levels though, but they don't have the mobster type mentality there because everybody is everybody. So like you have like Armenians that are working with blacks, and blacks that are working with Polynesian working with Jewish, and Jewish working with whites, and whites working with Hispanics, and this and that, and everything is linked up. And even going into another group that I never even thought about until someone came to me for a reading, and I'm like, wait a minute, they have Punjabi and Pakistani gang members and stuff too. Never even heard of that. Never heard of it. Never knew about it, y'all, at all. Until literally like 5 years ago. And I was like, wait a minute, I'm seeing something like an organization, like an organized crime, like a gang, like not a mobster, but I'm seeing a gang. And creepy, honey. So you're right. New York is very dangerous when it comes to spiritual. And a lot of stuff is underground. Like Joey said, like even, from what I'm told, they still got slavery in New York, honey. Don't quote me on it. I'm just saying what I was told. Okay. Okay, hello. Okay, New York is one of those places where you can always make friends, and as long as you mind your business, you'll be fine. Most of it is just turf wars and stuff. I know that's right, honey. Okay. Psychopaths scare me, Miss Sam. Person cannot watch the Netflix Jeffrey show. I refuse. It would trigger visions and bad dreams. Honey, I don't know how people watch that for entertainment trigger. Well, because people are sick. People are sick. That's why. It reminds me of like people like sitting here eating crab while they're alive and shit. People are like, what doesn't matter? They're animal. But I'm just thinking to myself, like, for somebody to sit here and take a crab that's alive and just bite the head off or take the hair off, it's like, sis, yeah, that's some creepy shit, honey. Yeah. Me and my girls would have jumped Jeffrey as that jumping shit is more punk shit, but oh well. Yeah, I almost died from a psycho, friend. Last October, I almost died from Aquarius psycho. Under the site, Jay, too bad we aren't alive then. We weren't alive. Yeah, some of my phone have heavy spirits around them. I gotta hide them after a while. What is that? What does that mean, Joey? That remind me of a ghost hunting app. I had a ghost hunting app and I'm trying to find it. I actually could find it. Oh, wait a minute. It's probably on this phone right here. No. I have a phone. It's probably this one. I have a phone that will not turn on. I charge and everything will not turn on. But I'm gonna figure out, because I back up everything, so I'm gonna figure out what anyway. There was an app that was like a ghost hunting app, y'all. And I remember back in 2016, I downloaded the app because I was like, bitch, let me see let's see what it's gonna do. Because literally I had a physical manifestation of something in my house. We're not gonna say a portal opened up, but I literally saw something and literally showed up on my camera, and it showed up on my actual camera when I took a picture. And I was like, "Oh, that's creepy." So I was like, "Let me look into blah 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 blah." And then of course, a lady was like, someone died in your apartment, and his name was blah 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 blah. And I was like, "Oh, really?" And then so even going into I think like 2017, people are like, "Yeah, there's a male spirit in your kitchen right now." And I was like, oh, "Okay." I'm not afraid of ghosts or any of that. So anyway, y'all, and I'm like a ghost magnet. But anyway, make long story short, I downloaded this app, and the app was like, the comments, this ain't working, it doesn't work, the reviews, this doesn't work. I think I saw 2 reviews. Yeah, it said it was a ghost, and the crazy thing about it is the ghost where he said the ghost was at was where my grandfather died at. So I was like, okay, whatever. This could be real, this could be fake. Make a long story short, y'all, it's 2:20 morning. I keep forgetting that. So to make it, and my window's wide open. So literally, make a long story short, I literally turned on the app, and the thing is cycling. It's like tune, 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 and I was like, okay, there's no ghosts in here. Okay, well, maybe the app is for fun. So I turned it off, and I dozed off, right? And literally, y'all, this was probably like at 1 something in the morning. I think, yeah, this is like 1 something in the morning, because I think that day, the day before that, I was up like for almost 24 hours. Like I think I had a lot of shit I was doing. So I woke up at 1:15 or 1 something, and I literally used the restroom, got some water, lay back down, and I was like, "Oh, I can't sleep. Should I play a PlayStation or what should I do?" So I was like, "No, bitch, let me turn on YouTube." So I turned on YouTube, and of course, while I'm watching YouTube, nothing creepy, nothing crazy. Something was like telling me to turn on the ghost scanner. So I turned it on the fucking ghost scanner, and literally how I lived then, like here, everything is kind of open, but not really. Like I would have to go into the hallway to see everything. But where I lived at then, I can literally from my bed see everything. I can see the kitchen, I can see the bathroom, I can see the patio, I can see the living room, I can see by the door, I can see everything, y'all. I turned it on, and the thing said ding. And when it said ding, it was a different type of ding. So I looked at the phone, and it showed the green dot. Now, mind you, the green dot is supposed to be the spirit. So it showed 1 at first, and then the 1 turned into 3, then it was 4, then it was 5. And it was like multiple started. And sure enough, the dot started moving towards me. So I looked up into the hallway, and bitch, right when I did that, why did the light bulb blow out? And I said, oh, hell no. Let me turn it off. Because I said, bitch, if they are here, bitch, let them be here. Let me turn off, bitch, because I was like, girl, they are not. I turned that bitch off. Y'all, I went ahead and said, if they there, I'm going to ignore. Bitch, I sat there and I was just looking at the YouTube. Bitch, I think I eventually ended up falling asleep like around 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, because I think they ended up calling me on Uvu, and I got up on Uvu. So I totally forgot about the experience. But I literally thought about it. And then I was like, let me see if this works out in public. So I remember that's when I was connecting shit with shit, where I was all like, let me go to this old building. Let me go to the library. Let me go to this restaurant. And let me turn it on. And then of course you turn it on, and it'd be like, there's a spirit here, and there's people where it said there's a spirit at. So then it kind of dawned on me like, but there was nobody in my apartment. So it could read energy of people and spirit. But no, like I said, I started connecting the dots, and I started kind of questioning, like, okay, I noticed that certain places I don't see the dots, even though there's people there. And in certain places I'm seeing more dots. And there's like 1%, I'm seeing like 3 or 4 dots like spread around. And then you could turn the phone around to y'all, and it'll move to wherever that dot is at. So I remember at the time I went to Denny's, and the lady was serving. I turned it on, and the lady walked up. And when she walked up, the dot was still over there, but the dot started coming up. And when the dot came up, y'all, I literally like started channeling this lady's energy. Like, oh, girl, you need to blah, 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 blah. And we were just talking like, girl. And then after thinking about it, like, Mr. Lear was like, how did you know that she was having relationship problems with her boyfriend and stuff? And I was like, because she was telling us. And he's like, no, you started talking about it. And I was thinking about like, I don't know how I knew. Like, I just knew y'all, but I really think that that spirit that was with her was on that little radar, and that's what made me be able to see what I was seeing. But I wasn't seeing it as a person. Like, it was weird. Like, I was seeing it as information being fed to me. Like, I don't know. That's like you're saying, when it goes into these people saying they could see somebody right here next to them, I'm just like, how is that possible though? Like, I've seen people in my spirit eye, but I've never physically seen a tall, slender man standing here. Like, oh my God, y'all, there's a man in here right now. He's Native American. And I'm seeing this. He's tall, 6'7". They used to call him Babadoo. I don't see that. Now, like I said, my spiritual eye, okay, there's the energy here. I'm seeing this man. Are you Native American, Asian? One to one of my people. I'm gonna be done. One other person I gave a reading to, they appear to be Black, African American. They identify as African American, but I literally was like, you have Asian in your blood. And I'm seeing an Asian man. And I'm literally, because she's talking about her ancestors and about a grandfather. And I'm like, there's something about adoption. And there's a man here who is older. And I didn't even know that they had Black and Asian mixed people like back in the day, like in the 30s and the 20s and stuff. And I was like, yeah, I'm seeing an Asian looking man. Like, he has brown skin, but he's Asian. And I was gonna say Polynesian, but that's when I saw him. I was like, no, this is like Chinese. And she's like, that's really crazy, because my mama was actually saying that her dad or her grandfather was actually part Chinese. It was something like, she said her dad or her grandfather. And I was like, I'm seeing him right here. And there's something with a ribbon, and I'm seeing a pink ribbon. Like I said, I'm seeing this in my spiritual eye, y'all. This man is not sitting here, but I'm seeing a pink ribbon. I'm seeing a key. And there's something with Nini, Riri, Gigi. I'm seeing Regana. And like, I'm putting it together because I'm seeing Riri, Nini, Gigi, right? That's what I'm seeing. Gigi, Nini, Riri. So I'm like, there's something with a Regina. And sure enough, yeah, what about Regina? They don't call her Regina. They call her this and that. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm seeing something with a pink bow, and there's a key here, and something is being unlocked, something is being revealed, but this pink bow is usually representing change, but I feel like it's some type of pregnancy. And then it was revealed that this person was actually pregnant. So anyway, girl, I'm gonna keep it moving. Anyway, y'all, I gotta go. Love and light, y'all. Thank you for stopping by here, honey. Those who stop by here right now. Listen, hey. Damn. Oh, my damn cord and shit, bitch. Okay, listen, y'all. I gotta go. The fires were burning the Cali racists down. That's right, honey. Yeah, the whole South will burn. Trust. I know it. You said the celebs know the occult before. I know that's right. They sure do. Not all, but some. Oh, Lisa Rinna's addicted to Xanax. Oh, okay. Lisa's Xanax getting possessed. Oh, is it Lisa off the Housewives? There you go. Beverly Hills Housewives. Oh, good. I'm getting chills too. I know, honey. Oh, God. Oh, snap, mister. That lucid dream is no joke. I know that's right, honey. There is a lot of darkness with several housewives. Well, all of them, because not all money is good money. Like, I think a lot of people think that good, being talented and who is going to get you famous and get you rich, and it really doesn't. Just like YouTube, people think that they're going to get on YouTube, they're going to make YouTube videos, and they're going to make hundreds and thousands of dollars. You're not. People that are making millions of dollars on YouTube have sponsors. Some of them are public, some of them are private, but they have sponsors. That's how they make all this money, and I know this for a fact. Okay, they're not going to tell y'all that, but I know that for a fact, bitch, because they ain't that much money on fucking YouTube like that. And it's never been. So once again, going into that, I think a lot of these people are into some heavy shit, organized shit. Criminalistic, demonic shit. That's all I'm going to say. Okay, they got their hand in their jar with a lot of shit. But going into housewives and everybody in the music industry, entertainment industry, all of them. Honey, from the music director to the actors, like I said, I don't trust none of those hoes. Bitch. I don't trust none of them. I don't give a fuck who it is. Okay. Going into lucid dreaming too. Yeah, I feel like it was a channel, because when I think of lucid dreaming, they said that you're able to control the situation, but I also feel like lucid dreaming is made up. If that makes sense. Like, I feel like lucid dreaming, going into me knowing about magic and stuff, lucid dreaming is a form of magic. So when I hear the word lucid dreaming, I think of instantly someone basically walking through the dream. Like, okay, in this part of the dream, I'm gonna jump up and turn this into glitter. Because I've had dreams like that where I'm like, yeah, oh, in this dream, I'm gonna jump. And then, oh, let me jump. Oh, yeah. And then when I fall right now, I'm gonna land on some blue clouds, and then the blue clouds appear. That's lucid to me. With this experience that I had, I felt like it was something with, because we talked about this before. You have our world, you have the astral world, which is right above our world, and then you have the afterlife, which is right after that. And of course, there's levels to the afterlife. That's why they say sleep and death are cousins, because it's literally like, think of you being in a room with two different doors that look identical, right? And you're like, okay, am I going to go to the left door or the right door? You don't know subconsciously, but consciously, your spirit knows what door to walk through. And then when it's said and done, you walk back through this door. Sometimes people walk through the wrong door, and then of course they die in their sleep. With that being said, going into the astral world, being killed in the astral world, the same thing with this. Something happened to where I was in the astral world, and in the astral world is where you see everybody's, memories, hopes, and dreams. I'm not going to get into that, but you see a lot of that. We're going to call the astral world a mirror of. We're going to call the astral world the Mirrorland. We'll call it that. It mirrors back to us what happens in the waking life. And so going into that, I think I was tapping into that because I think I had questions about the situation, and somebody tried to fight with me too about a comment that I made underneath that video. And I think I was just so in it, like, oh my God, I can't believe this shit. And my conscience was like, bitch, we need to know what's going on. Because going into, like I said, the lucid dreaming, I wouldn't have known to be where I was at. I wouldn't have known to break down what I break down. And anybody who knows this person that I'm going to talk about, they will know this to be true. What I'm going to share with them, they will know it to be true. Like, I'm not there. I don't know nobody who was there. So for me to say what I'm seeing as if I was there, people who possibly know the stories of what really happened, or people who were there and they're not saying they're there, will know, okay, this bitch is telling the truth. And then of course you guys can see it with me, and then of course you could dissect if it's, was it a lucid situation, or was I channeling this person's spirit? Because like I said, it was a lot going on, a lot of magical stuff, even going into simplicity. And it's funny I said mirror, Lynn, because there was some mirror stuff going on. Okay, broken mirrors. And I don't know if they talked about it, but of course y'all can tell me because I didn't look too much into the story. Okay. But anyway, y'all can tell me once we talk about it, honey. You confirm if there's something with broken mirrors and shit, because I saw all that. I saw all that, honey, and lookalikes and shit, which is creepy as fuck to me. A lot of lookalikes, and seeing this person, seeing that person, and getting confused. And I'm like, well, maybe this person was having some type of dementia episode. I don't think it was a high situation because I didn't feel like I was high. I was still conscious of what was going on, but I definitely saw, two people that looked alike to me, and I was a little confused, like, is this the same person? Are they part of the same? It was like the Matrix, like seeing me, that motherfucker transform into multiple of him. It was like, are they related? Like, what is spirit trying to tell me? Because they look alike, and I'm confused here. So anyway, that's it, honey. Come on in here, Melly. Millie, I gotta go, Millie. Millie. What if Amish people were the slaves, and the entire story we've been told was about them as a lie? Exactly. Well, I know for a fact, and we could talk about it here right now, my Black ancestors in America, we're going to say Black for the purpose of America language, they actually had people working for them, and these people were actually white. And going into my white ancestors, I had some ancestors who were also established. They owned orchards, they owned businesses, they toured and traveled, back in the day, even, was flying and shit, y'all, in the 50s and shit. I'm like, ooh, that's creepy to even think about, being able to fly in 1950 and stuff. And whatever. I just think about that sometimes. But they flew and they did this, they did that. But I also had relatives who are Caucasian who were workers. And if you want to call them workers, because they don't call them workers, they called them domestic workers. They called them service people. That's what they called them. What you doing? Okay. They didn't call them slaves. So it's a very interesting story that you mentioned that, because it's kind of like they're not going to tell you the secrets of or the truth about where the Amish people even come from. And even going into, it kind of reminds me of the stories of the monkeys and the humans too. Like if humans came from monkeys, then what made some want to stay monkeys, and what made some want to evolve into being humans? The same thing with these Amish people and these other people. Like, well, yeah, they're actually from Europe, but they decided to come into America and to keep their own land. Or hell, maybe they're indigenous to that land, so you are saying there are indigenous white people. So it's like there's a lot of stuff they don't tell us that I think are lies, and going into what I know, going to what I feel, going into my spiritual experiences, because that's something that I pay attention to. Me being a spiritualist, me being involved in spirit, I don't give a fuck about what the people say in the waking state. Like I want to see what's going on behind the scenes and what people are not talking about. So I'm able to understand and see things differently. And like I said, that's why I think that racism, sexism, homophobia, it's all the same damn thing. You can't say you hate racist white folks, but you hate gay people. There's no such thing as that, baby. You can't say you hate people that are sexist, but you hate black people. Like it's all connected. It's all the same energy. And so, like I said, with that being said, there's a lot of shit got mixed up. A lot of people got, stories got rewritten. People got written out of the story. They switched the story around to make it seem like you were weak. Going into, even if there were, actual black slaves and they had to beat you with chains and shit. So they never told you stories about the blacks that retaliated. Oh, she's so weak, she had to sneak out and run away and also get shit. So there's no stories of any of the slaves grouping together and killing the master. Like I need to understand this. I need to understand this. There's no stories of any of them coming together like, baby, there's 30 of us and there's only 3 of them. And we're on this big ass plantation. Because I would hate to think that these people were dumb. I would hate that. Being as I said that everything came from black people. So I would hate to think that these black people during that time did not have brain cells. Like I would just hate to think that. So it's like, so they didn't say we can outnumber them. Let's group together. They weren't doing secret meetings at nighttime in the barn when the master was asleep. He's way in the house. They're in the outhouse and they sleep. Like they didn't come together and say, okay, what you gonna do is, girl, you're going to get your powder. And even going into voodoo and stuff, right? Because allegedly voodoo came from Africa. Allegedly, the voodoos that people do in America came from Africa, right? When I told you, I believe there's different types of spirits and voodoo being spirit. Okay, so that's why you got Dominican voodoo, Haitian voodoo, African voodoo, Louisiana voodoo. You got all different types of voodoos because that's a spirit. With that being said, these people are gifted with spirit, and these people are gifted in who they are. And these people were once kings and queens, right? Allegedly. They come here and now they're like, we're so powerless, right? Because I just would hate to think that they would just get here. Well, this land is foreign, but how did they know how to agriculture the land? How did they know how to cultivate the land? That just doesn't sound right. How did they know how to pick because they taught white folks how to cook okra and stuff. It just doesn't make sense to me, the stories. The story seems a little wishy-washy, pushy-washy, made up bullshit. That's what the shit seemed like to me, honey, with all due respect. It seemed like some lying-ass, conniving-ass, sneaky-ass shit going on. And it just doesn't make sense to me. And so I'm just like, so they didn't come together? They didn't say, let's get them together? We're going to make okra. You're going to put some pea in it. You're going to have Oshun show. Because that's another thing I've been thinking about, too. So Oshun, because I believe Oshun, I believe in the Orishas. So Oshun was missing for 350 years of slavery. Like, I need somebody to make it make sense for me. I need somebody to make it make sense for me. While these people are in here reading these Bibles and learning how to, worship and praise Jesus, Oshun and the other Orishas backed up. And they just let these people get beaten and get slaughtered and get hung and tied up. Like, girl, somebody is lying about something and something ain't sounding right. The milk is murky. The milk is very murky and dirty. Even fast forwarding to the Black American spiritualists here who never been to Africa. So how did you get the information and knowledge about the Orishas if you've never been to Africa? And you don't know any African people right now. Where did you get these stories at then? Like, it just looks very suspicious. It looks very, very suspicious. And I say this very respectfully. And that's why I said I don't seek religion to learn spirit, because those are two different things. Religion deal with the physical body. That's why they tell you that two men cannot sleep with each other, because they're seeing it from a physical perspective. That's why spirit talks about the Bible, Jesus sending, a person in to sacrifice his own son and shit. Like, once again, that is the flesh shit. Spirituality is about the spirit. So it's like, so y'all trying to tell me these Orishas have been around for such a long time, and that it was brought from Africa into the Americas by the slaves. But where's the stories about the slaves putting voodoo on the masters? Why were they enslaved for 350 years and let y'all tell you still enslaved? Like, where is the power of the Orishas and the spirits that walked with you across these waters? Because everything is alleged. Now, we're not saying the spirits are alleged, because I definitely think the spirits are real. But I definitely feel like going into the storyline of where they come from is definitely alleged. Even you going across that water, I definitely think that's alleged. I do feel like somehow, some way, people were put here and brought here, but I don't think it's what they say it was. And even going to people getting here to new land and getting their immune system can't handle this type of climate, because America got a different climate than Africa. Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi, Alabama. I was going to say gonorrhea. I don't know. I was going to say gonorrhea. Alabama. Goddamn. Alabama. Like, these places, their climate is different from Africa. So how did these slaves make it over this ocean, and yet they survived? They got strong. They were able to work in the fields with this climate change. Because my ass is from California. My ass is from Northern California, to be exact. And bitch, California don't have the same weather. And bitch, me being here, bitch, my shit get fucked up. Okay? Bitch, girl, when the season changed, girl, I feel like I'm under the weather. Bitch, I feel fatigue. I feel like, oh my God, what's going on? Oh, I might be coming down with something. So it's like, girl, so you mean tell me they came from way over there to over there and they didn't get sick? They couldn't do nothing? Like the spirits wasn't with them. They didn't say, turn this ship around. We need Oya or Yimaya to cause a hurricane to hit this ship right now and just split us off and let us all float to another island. Like, girl, make it make sense for me. I think there's a lot of stories that are not told the correct way. And it's funny you said about the Amish, and there's a whole bunch of other type of people too. We talked about the Black Caucasians. So come on in here. Nobody want to talk about that though, huh? Hello? We want to talk about how Neanderthals are Black. You sitting here playing in my motherfucking face about Black History Month. Okay. Is it Black American History Month? Because it's not Black History Month altogether, because y'all don't talk about Afro-Latinos. Y'all don't talk about Blacks from the Caribbean. You don't talk about Blacks in China. You don't talk about Blacks in other parts of the world. It's only about the Blacks here. So it's a Black American History Month, not Black History Month, okay? Joey's so stupid. Yeah, that makes sense. The mirror place has your shade shadow verse. Yes, it does. Landlords and servants. There you go. I've seen those lookalikes before, honey. It makes you wonder if there's parallel universe. Well, listen, I didn't see it physically. Okay, I saw it spiritually. Now, physically, they are showing people of lookalikes. Y'all saw the Nicki Minaj lookalike. Have y'all seen the Nicki Minaj lookalike? And I told y'all before, well, I didn't tell y'all this publicly, but I told someone that I know years ago that celebrity lookalikes became so popular in Hollywood, LA, Las Vegas, particular, because they didn't want them really in LA. And that's why a lot of celebrities would go to Las Vegas. They were actually using these celebrity lookalikes to work for them, to be doubles for them. And that's like you're saying too, going into like paparazzi and stuff. Like, paparazzis don't know that, this person's gonna go grocery shopping today at this store. Now, they may have caught information that, hey, you might want to be careful because paparazzi is lurking, because there's always an inside paparazzi, kind of like the bloggers right now. Paparazzis would be big, and then there'll be some inside paparazzi where these celebrities will pay them. Now, once again, like I tell you, I'm telling you what I was told. I don't know this to be true. That's what I was told. Like paparazzis will be on certain celebrities' rosters, right? And even going into where they will drop it. Hey, we're gonna be at the W Hotel at 3 p.m. Be there with your cameras. And now, but seriously, you got these celebrities hiding their face and shit. Like, how did they find us? Cause bitch, you pay them. You know, bitch, you know exactly. Anyway, so these lookalikes would be employed to deter the paparazzi. And a lot of these paparazzi agencies are losing money because after the fact, someone will call in anonymously or call in directly and say, hey, just so you know, the pictures that you got of Brandy at this restaurant, that's not really her. That's a girl by the name of Monifa Kanifa. And you're like, Monifa Kanifa. And you go, you know, they do their background check on Monifa Kanifa, and the girl do look like Brandy. Like there's a little bit of a difference, but it's like, whoa. So anyway, I told people about this years ago, like 2012, 2013, 2014. Girl, I was like, yeah, you know, they got people that look alike and do, to where somebody even called me crazy. And even going into recent, I was like, girl, a lot every person you know that is famous have somebody who look like them. And they're not clones of them. These are stunt doubles. That's where stunt doubles come from. These are stunt doubles. And sure enough, bitch, now you're seeing the Rick Ross look-alike. Now you're seeing the Nicki Minaj look-alike. Now, girl, there's a lot of look-alikes, girl. There's a lot, girl. And I said, girl, I told y'all. That's why I said, girl, these people are regular people to me until I know for sure. Like, girl, I wish I would be at a place and be like, that's, oh my God, that's Beyonce, y'all, and go crazy. Girl, that's a lookalike. Mm-mm. I don't know what she looked like without her clothes on. So that could be a lookalike, bitch. I ain't fanning out. Girl, I wouldn't even know if she was standing right by me. I would be like, oh, okay. That's who? Okay. Girl, I would be like, okay, that could be her stunt double, honey. Hold up, voodoo is Aboriginal American. No, no, no. That's not what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, allegedly, the slaves brought over voodoo and hoodoo into the Americas when they came on the ship. But yet, there's no stories outside of Marie Laveau about voodoo practitioners being successful. Even it was alleged that Marie Laveau wasn't actually doing voodoo, that she actually was connected with judges and all this other people, and she was petitioning these judges to do certain things to make it look like she was doing workings. I'm just telling you what is out there. So with that being said, honey, how do we not know, once again, going into the voodoo stuff, why is it that if voodoo is what it is and voodoo came from Africa into America with these slaves, so like I said, I'm just asking a question, then why were there 350 years of slavery? First they say 200, then they say 250, now they say 350, whatever. Why is there all these years of slavery as if these Orishas and stuff don't have power? And then if they don't have power to free the slaves and give them their own power and give them their own kingdomship and queendomship, then what the fuck are you Americans talking about voodoo right now and the Rishas and the Loas and I'm you know I'm Yewa and I talk to the Gede. What was the Gede at when your ancestors were shackled down? What was the Gede at, Baron Samedi at, when your ass couldn't get on the same bus as these white folks? I'm just curious. I'm just talking. I'm just asking questions. I'm being respectful. I'm being very respectful. Where were these Gedes at and Loas at and Orishas at? I know the answer, but these people that are claiming to be a part of something that they really are not connected to, they're connected to the prototypes, the archetypes, like I told y'all before, the trickery spirit. That's why they think they're connected with a goddess or god of money or finances, and their shit is fucked up. The only way they're gonna get money is they have to lie, cheat, and scam to get it, because they're not dealing with the real spirit. They're not dealing with the real deity. They're dealing with a man-made deity. They're dealing with the fake storyline deity. And that's what the difference is. So once again, The slaves didn't have this Orisha power, but now y'all do. And the only way we're seeing some type of change with these so-called spiritualists that are pro-black is via we support the BLM matter. No, 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 no. That's not how that works. No, that's not how it works because everybody's not part of the same tribe. So how about you petition this Orisha to give you the lead so you don't got to deal with the shit that you're dealing with? Oh no, girl. I'm connected to Oya. I'm connected with the most powerful Orisha out there, but yet I'm still oppressed. Yet I still feel like I'm still picked on and bullied. Okay, and don't mistake in my video earlier what I mentioned about me walking in on that conversation that was being had. Neither. Don't mistake that as me feeling oppressed because I don't feel oppressed. Because bitch, I walked out of there not spending my money. I put that bitch in her place. I put that motherfucker, that bastard in his place. Okay, and I walked the fuck out of there. And I'm sure they were gagging because they didn't expect for that to happen. Because I didn't. I was like, this is something spiritual, and I really felt like that was spirit putting it on my heart to also castigate because I could have just left. But I said, no, there's a reason why spirit put me in this situation to hear this conversation because we got to hold people accountable and responsible for the bullshit they put out there, especially somebody who could not vote. You know, barely in the past 100 years, she's able to vote. And then going into somebody who think that they're still oppressed, okay, to be so freely about the oppression of, and I don't support them talking about the gay stuff in my school. That's what the white people said about teaching them about black people and black history. Same thing the white folks said, honey. Yeah. They said, I don't want to know anything about those monkeys. I don't want to be in a school with them. I don't want to smell them. I don't want to be next to them. I don't want their saliva on our fountain. That's what they were saying. So the same stuff you are saying is what they told you. Like I said, hexes and curses. Nikki said pills and potions. I'm saying hexes and curses. They'll have you fucked up. And that's what's going on right now in a certain community, honey. I'm not going to say it, but I'm going to keep it moving. That's where the problem is, honey. And these people should be freeing you and giving you insight on how to do real workings so you don't have to deal with that, but they're not. They're stuck in this spell. You're stuck in this spell, and that's why you're having problems. You can't get a loan. Oh, girl, they don't give loans to people of color. And it's just like, that's kind of weird that because I have relatives who are people of color who have businesses and they got loans from those places. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, they deny applications. And I'm just like, but all y'all do voodoo and hoodoo. Why y'all can't get the loan approved? Like, I'm just a little confused here. Why can't you get the loan approved if you know these Orishas? If you know these spirits, why can't you get the loan approved? If you know these spirits and you know their power, then why can't you, like I said, why can't you get the loan approved? Why can't you get these business licenses? Why can't you be the boss bitch that you say you are? But instead, they'll be like, I'm a powerful witch. I know magic. Ooh, ooh. Then they come forward. Well, y'all, you know how they is. I found out that blah, 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 blah. Y'all, I went there and they really were trying to discriminate against me. Y'all. You know, I'm a black woman and, you know, they don't like women. You know, I feel like they're attacking women. And I'm just like, oh, girl. But these hoes are witches, honey, huh? Mm-hmm. Mm. Wendy was like, he had her with Gucci, Poochie, and Hoochie. Oh, snap. Oh, Goon, oh, Chosi, Maya, oh, yeah, oh, Shun, oh, Bayewa. I know that's right, honey. Oh, Shumari. I know that's right, honey. Oh, and Onika look alike. Hope haven't seen her. Look her up. Look her up right now. Missy, do you think that Taylor Swift is transgender? I'm be honest with you. I think Justin Bieber is. To be honest with you, I really do think that Justin Bieber is transgender. Okay, I never really paid attention to Taylor Swift. Honestly, you know, I don't really, she don't really catch my attention. I don't see nothing powerful with her. I'm just saying, certain people catch my attention, some people don't. But Justin Bieber, okay, I'm not convinced that person was born 100% male. Yeah. You can hold that against me, but I'm not convinced. Mm-mm. And the creepy thing about it is, and I'm just gonna say this and be done. Before Aaron Carter, before Aaron Carter exposed his penile tissue on the internet, years before that, because allegedly Justin Bieber was talking about nigger, 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 one nigga gone, one nigga, allegedly, but yet he liked black girls. Allegedly, because I think that was the storyline too. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. Okay. I know a girl who claimed that she dated him and they were supposed to go public and then she get booted and then he starts dating, another person. But anyway, I ain't gonna say no name. But I think that they were exposing a penile tissue, behind the scenes there was a penile tissue picture floating, and they were trying to say that was Justin Bieber's penis. Okay. And I just think it's so weird that Aaron Carter, now, unless they're trying to say that Justin Bieber and Aaron Carter's penis look the same, and I don't see it. But unless they're trying to say that Aaron Carter and Justin Bieber's penis look identical. Now, unless they're trying to say that. Okay, I'm just gonna say unless they're trying to say allegedly, because I really don't want to see it. Okay, really, honestly, truly. Okay, but how weird would that be that for years the Aaron Carter's penis picture would be going around before it even got exposed publicly? I think he exposed himself, but there was pictures going around of his dick before that, and they were alleging that it was Justin Bieber's penis. So I was a little confused. I was like, this is why he likes singing with black artists and stuff, because, he allegedly got a BWC. So this is why he's hanging out with these black artists, because they probably pull, swingers and stuff on people and pull trains and stuff and Eiffel Towers and all that. But fast forwarding, when it came out that this penis was Aaron Carter's a couple of years ago, I was like, wait a minute. And that's what I said, I'm really getting into celebrity gossip, because I just be thinking to myself, like, somebody is paying to keep these fake stories going around. Because I'm just like, wait a minute. But the word on the curb is that, like, wait a minute. Unless their stuff look alike, and when I say look like, I mean look alike, bitch. And I remember what penises look like. I remember face and I remember penises, bitch. So unless they're saying their penis look identical, I'm like, so wait a minute. So was Aaron Carter covering for Justin Bieber? Was Aaron Carter covering for Justin Bieber because that's really a woman? Now, I'm not saying that Justin Bieber don't have a penis. I'm just saying that I personally do not believe, that's just my personal opinion, that Justin Bieber is 100% male. Okay? Going into a whole bunch of other people too, I'm not going to get into it. But even going into, the Hiltons, I'm not convinced that these people are 100% female neither. I'm not convinced of that. White Chicks, was very much modeled after the Paris Hilton and them. And I'm just like, why would they even come out with a movie like that? Like, that just doesn't sound right to me. Like, whose idea was to even have this? And we know they all know secrets. Okay. And, I like to say, I'm not convinced. And there's a whole bunch of other people I'm not convinced with neither. But seriously, they never had babies, and they did have babies, and they were adopted babies. And I said, girl, there's a lot of shady shit in the industry, honey. Okay. Going into a lot of these men being women. Allegedly, Jay-Z is really a woman. Allegedly. Like I said, I don't know, because I'm not attracted to Jay-Z. Okay, he's not my type. So I couldn't be able to tell you, because I've not observed him long enough. Okay. Going into the other people I observed, yeah, they would be my type. So that's why I pay attention. Like, something's a little fishy. Hey, you better drop it. Which, yeah, I can see you. Yeah, your mama got eyes like you. I can see in the dark. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. She got eyes just like you. She could see like you. Yeah. She tried to pick up my damn remote. Anyway, the actors on White Chicks were sexy too. I know that's right, honey. Go, go. That's right. Sit right there, mama. Go ahead. Go ahead. What do you think of Pete Davidson? What do you get from Pete Davidson? What do you mean by that? That means Selena is a little into the JJ. I mean, well, let you tell it. Everybody, I mean, not let you tell it, but let the streets tell it. Everybody in Hollywood is bisexual anyway. Okay, hello. I had a sex dream about Justin when I was in elementary school. Weird. Oh, they were putting sex demons on you. I mean, let them tell it. Everybody in Hollywood is bisexual because they're always into swinging. Hollywood swingers is what they call it, right? Everybody share everybody. I think it's ironic that, well, I'm not going to say that. Wait a minute. Let me keep that. Never mind. Aaron Carter looks horrible with those tattoos. Oh God. Tattoos are so creepy to me. They have heavy metals in them too. Mystic, do you think tattoos open people up to bad energy? I do. I don't have any tattoos. I do think that people who put tattoos on them do pull up the energy that they get tattooed on them. I know people that have clowns and little kids tattooed on them, and they act very childish and stupid sometimes. And I'm not being funny or shady. I know people that have weird tattoos on them, and they're psycho. And it's like, what does that tattoo mean? And they're like, no, no, no. Didn't your mama say no? Did she say no? Did she say no? Didn't your mama say no? She just told you no. I'm gonna have to end this live right now because you're not listening to your mama. Don't wiggle your tail. Don't wiggle your tail like you cute. Because I told you no, and you over here having a good time with my motherfucking remote. You're having a motherfucking good time. What can I whoop her? Can I whoop her, baby? Yeah, Anubis just falling out on me when I said let me whoop her. Let me see that. She thinks she's slick. Yeah, tattoos are very demonic. Not demonic. Tattoos do put things on you, okay? Think of sigils. Tattoos are sigils, okay? They're symbols and sigils. When you put them on you, you become that energy. Like, I know people that have good things on them and they're very cute, very sweet, very sensitive people. I know people that, like, say they have, like, weird shit on them. And you're like, what is that tattoo? And they're like, I don't remember. I got it when I was 19. And come and find out they're bipolar. And that's the other thing, too. I feel like people that have tattoos are more prone to depression and having mood swings too. That's from what I observed. I don't do tattoos. I'm not a fan of tattoos. Not saying I don't like men who don't have them, because I do think some people look good with tattoos, but I myself don't have them. Okay. Jay-Z is too damn Jay-Z to be a woman. I don't see no feminine spirit with that man. Well, I mean, I looked at pictures back in the day where I was like, yeah, he's giving me a stud I used to know back in the day named Chris. Yeah. The stud's name was Christina, but she wanted to be called Chris. And Daddy had like lip gloss on his lips. Daddy had like a little straggly mustache above the lips. He has some, really pretty eyelashes too. I said, go ahead. Pretty. No, no, no. It's something recently. Google, Google Facebook video of girl that looked like Nicki Minaj. She was literally going off. She was like, why y'all keep saying I look like Nicki Minaj? Like, she is surgery. I'm natural. So this woman is having surgery to look like me. This is what the lady said. Yeah. Now, I wanted to read her ass down because I said, bitch, don't you ever come for Nicki like that, okay? I'm not a Barb, but I love Nicki. So, bitch, you better watch your fucking mouth, bitch, okay? But I said, bitch, that's not my business. Because she looked like her. So they probably worked together. And the mom was like, y'all keep saying I look like her and I don't look like her. She was going off. She said, y'all keep saying I look like her and I don't. I'm me. I look normal. I'm just me. But Nicki is trying to look like me. I keep telling her she had surgery to look like me. So I don't know. I ain't going to let Bella live. She going to fuck my shit. I'm going to whoop her ass. Okay. Like, what energy you get from Pete Davidson? Well, Well, I definitely get a lot of mental disturbances from Pete Davidson. A lot of mental disturbances. And unfortunately, mental illness means, big pipe. Unfortunately, I learned a lot of people with big penises are usually psychotic. From my experiences, that's what I know. So anyway, very psychotic energy from him. Um, I don't feel like he's sneaky though. I don't feel like he's deceitful. Going into the relationship between him and Kim Kardashian, I do think it was fake. I think it turned. I think it kind of backfired. I do feel like they were going to use this as a push for him in some way, shape, or form, and it was a setup situation. Now, I don't know if they have put out there that Pete Davidson has black in him. Eh, Bella, what is she doing, bitch? Y'all gonna have to end this side. Hey, Bella. Hey, you want a little, you want to get. Okay. Oh, she playing with her now. Okay, she playing with her now. But Pete Davidson, he gives me like Maya Rudolph energy. Like this man, yeah, this man got black in him. This is a African descendant somehow, some way. And so anyway, and I do feel like he's connected to somebody who's been in the interim industry too. That's what I said. I get Maya Rudolph energy with him. Like Minnie Riperton is Maya Rudolph's mother. And she looks very racially ambiguous. And so anyway, same thing with him. I get that type of tea. But like I said, I do see a good person, a loving person, a very sensitive person. Um, and yeah, I mean, I get there's a lot of tea. I can go down a whole list of tea, but yeah, that's it. Either I'll never want ink on my skin. That sounds like OCD. Oh God, could you imagine that? Listen, a sexy African guy made a video about how Taylor Swift is transgender, and a regular picture of girl, she looked like a little boy, and there's very strange poses and scenes. Um, You know what? It gives me a lot of tea like that, though. It gives me a lot of tea. I saw a video of somebody too recently, and the picture looked like a boy. It looked like a boy picture. And Mama allegedly have had issues with getting pregnant in the past. And I'm looking at this picture like, this is not a girl though. Like this picture was like from the 70s or the 80s, and I was like, they weren't dressing girls like boys like that for family photos. Like this lady has short hair. Oh my God. Who is this Shaw? Oh my God. I literally just saw it a couple of days ago. It was within the past 10 days. And I was like, wait a minute, is Mama a boy? Mama had the butt up and everything. Anyway, I see with him, Pete. He has a big one. So I know that's right, honey. A huge one, honey. I know it's a little graphical too. But if I have to tap in, I'm seeing something a little strange with it too. He has something a little strange with it. It's a little strange anomaly with his ping too. Something a little strange. And I'm gonna keep it there, okay? You know, everything's alleged to prove it otherwise. Okay. You love Minnie Riperton? Yeah, she was a good singer. Silly of me to think that I had a for guy. Somebody know he has tattoos, and she just came out of another depressive mode, and she has her birthday tatted and some other shit tatted. I'm telling you right now, I never really paid attention, Jay, until really paying attention to someone. Like, I know a lot of people with tattoos. I'm probably like the only person that don't have tattoos. Yeah. Oh, me and my sister. Me and Lachey. We don't have tattoos. Yeah, Lachey is another person that don't got tattoos. Everybody else I know got tattoos. And some of them have more tattoos than others. Some of them have tattoos that doesn't make sense. Like for me, and I'm just gonna say this, when someone said that they have a favorite singer, favorite actor, favorite dancer, favorite culture, let's just say this is something that they do on a regular basis, right? Or they sing on a regular basis, or you're going to see like posters and pictures and t-shirts and, oh yeah, I can see that this person is a favorite. But I've met some people where they're like, let's say my favorite dancer is Casper. And yet, when you think about it, you're like, no. But when I looked at dancing videos with you, you were looking at Drea Kelly. So if he's your favorite dancer, then why are you not supporting him? Then why are you watching Drea Kelly? And then going into singing and stuff too. Someone I know, they were like, yeah, Adele is my favorite singer. And I'm like, that's weird though, because even hanging with them on several occasions, I've never heard them bumping Adele. Going into the ringtones, I don't hear Adele ringtone. Going into their Facebook, I don't see Adele pictures. Going into anything, I don't see nothing that connects those lines. So I'm just like, that's weird. Like, so maybe favorite means different to some people. And that's what I'm starting to think, that maybe favorite means different to some people. Like maybe some people say it's their favorite when they just mean this is the person I like the most. Because even going into like tattoos and stuff, like I said, I know people that got tattoos and stuff that are like in Arabic. And I'm like, you speak Arabic? And they're like, no. What made you get a tattoo? Well, at the time I wanted to get a tattoo, but I wanted to get a different tattoo. So I got this tattoo and it means sweetie. And I'm like, but if you don't speak Arabic, how do you know that? And then why would you get a language tattooed on you that you don't speak? Because now you go into a store, somebody see that, now they're going to assume you speak it. And now that could be culturally, cultural appropriate. But anyway, fast forwarding, like I said, I know people that got like characters, cartoon characters. And I'm like, have you ever been to that type of country? You ever dated those type of men? You ever ate those type of foods on a regular basis? No. And it's just like, so why is it tattooed on you though? Like, it's just some weird shit. And then when you look at that, then you start looking at how they act. Like, yeah, you do act bipolar sometimes. Yeah, your brain do be off sometimes. Yeah, you kind of, you look finicky. Like, you'll say one thing and then you'll do something different, or you'll be like, oh, I can't do this because of this, and then a year later you still haven't done it. So it's like, so why you really didn't want to do it? And it's just a lot of stuff makes sense now. And you go back to, well, are they really mentally disturbed? And you're like, no, they got a tattoo. They got tattoos on them, and the tattoos doesn't make sense. They're the one that said they didn't have a tattoo, or they're the ones that said that they don't know why they got that tattoo. Anyway, I pay attention to that shit. Tattoos are branding, and you're conjuring spirit with tattoos. That's I don't like. I don't do it. Going into men too. When I see a man with a tattoo, the big tattoo, I ask them what the fuck that means. What do they mean? If they lie and be like, it means this and that, I'm saying, well, in spirituality, that actually means murder, right? And then they're like, really? And then you find out that they either was close to dying, they have a hit on them, or they are that type of person. And it's just like, girl. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. I remember the first time I saw an elderly person with a tat on an entire tattoo had faded green. Will always had to say, it's too late for tears. What does that mean? And it's getting in the bloodstream, no doubt. I know that's right, honey. So now you got metals of shit in the blood. Ooh. Mm. Yeah, Jay, they have heavy metals in them. Oofa, my ex sugar daddy got his dead dog tatted on him, and he went psychotic, threatening me, scared. I'm telling you right now, and I don't even think about the metals. I'm thinking more so about ink poisoning. Like, if you can mark with an ink pen on your skin and get ink poisoning, why would you get tattoos? Why you can't get ink poison? Like, and even going into like sealing and the wound healing and not really healing. Like, it's like, does it really heal though? Like, I'm just thinking about all that. Like, it's just, it's very, very, very creepy to think about it actually. And like I said, some tattoos look good, but on me, I'll pass. But like I said, there may be people out there with tattoos that are perfectly normal, don't have no mental issues, don't struggle with shit, possibly. But the ones I know, like I said, both women and men, I'm like, oh, they got an ice cream tattoo on them. Oh, they got a clown tattoo on them. Oh, they got a teardrop tattooed on them. Oh, they got a this tattoo, that tattoo. They got a bear mark on them. Oh, yeah, bitch. Yeah, I'm not fighting with them. I'm fighting with that spirit. Oh, and I think about all that. I think going into tattoos and shit, like my mom, my auntie, my uncle, he was married to my auntie at that time, and another person all had a Nike swish sign tattooed on them, would just do it. And I'm just like, what the fuck is going on here? Just so happened that they're all are fire signs. And then secondly, looking back, they all were risk takers. They all did some very risky, shit. So it's like, okay. And I'm sure they did some shit I don't even know about. Okay. Right. Like there's a skin deep safing. No, there's not. Mm-mm. They said when people with it who died were older, they found out that it's linked to all. Oh my God. Right. Right. And your lymph nodes are all throughout your skin and shit too. That's why I'm like, I just don't know what, but yeah. Some people said that they were crackheads in the past. I never wanted to do that. Like I have to think about a lot when people tell me about this stuff. Sometimes I forget about stuff, but I need to really start when I meet people and people tell me things about themselves. I need to have like little notes. Like Belinda. Belinda is the one who said that her mother was a serial killer. Belinda is the one that said that her dad murdered her grandmother. Like, I got to remember all that shit because I feel like these are people telling things about themselves. And like I said, people have told me stories about how they experimented with drugs and methamphetamines. And I'm just like, I've never been curious to try crack, heroin, pills. Like, right then and there, it turns out right there that you're a weak spirit. Like you're easy to influence. So jotting that down and then going into trauma. And I'm just like, damn, you sound like you had a real fucked up life. If this is true, because of course, going into some people's stories too, it starts to change up where you're like, so is it this or is it that? And then they'll be like, well, it's this. Well, why you say that? Well, that's what that mean in my language. And it's like, well, what language is that? And they only speak English and Spanish. So it's like, well, in Spanish, that actually means this, and that means something totally different than this. Like it's not even a part of this. So in what language? And they're like, well, the way that I speak. Well, what does that mean? Because you only speak English or Spanish. So what does that mean? Like break that down. And then they're like, like we all make up our own words. I don't. I mean, if I do, I still tell you what they mean. I'm not gonna just come out of here and say my nigga, my sugar, and you say what? And I say my nigga, my sugar, and you're like, what does that mean? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, girl, that's what people be doing. Like, they'll say shit, and you're like, that's not what that means. They're like, well, I don't know why I said it then. Okay, so, yeah. Anyway, like I said, taking into all that, like, trauma and shit, like, bitch, is it true? Is it not? So, like I said, I need to really start doing I need to really start making books, like, notes. Okay, this bitch said this happened. She said that happened. She said this happened. She said Wu-Tang Bloom did this. She said her mama did that. She said her daddy did this. She said her cousin was that way. Yeah, I need to, because bitch, that shit don't leave you. If you witness this going on, that's in you too. If you said that, oh, well, when I was 15, I wanted to experiment with this and that means, bitch, that's still in you. Because I didn't want to do that at 15. Okay, hello? I didn't want to do that shit. Okay? And I got family members who did that shit. So it's like, yeah, now I got to really be like, yeah, bitch, we're not the same person. We're not cut from the same cloth. So I have to make notes. Okay, that's it. Yeah, not the Nike tattoo. I know that's right, honey. Nike is that girl to challenge you too. I know that's right. I know that's right, honey. Hello? That was spiritual, honey. Oh, Brandon reminds me of the Holocaust scare. I know that's right. Definitely writing those spirits right onto your flesh. Oh God, weekend. I think that's why the Bible talks about getting tattoos. They get caught up in their lies or delusions. Right, 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 right. And when you call it out, now you're insensitive. When you call it out, that's what I said too. Like, I just stay in my lane. Like, some people think like I'm antisocial. Some people think like, damn, she's really changing. She really don't. And I'm just like, I just don't have time for the fuckery. Like when I was like, 18, 17, whatever, I had a certain life and I did certain things. But like, girl, 27, 28, 29, 30, and it's just like, okay, bitch, you're not like 26 years old, right? Or 23. Because 23, when you were 15, 16, that was like 6, 7 years ago. If you're like 30, 31, 32, like literally, honey, you were 18, 19, girl, 13 years ago. And with age, we become wiser. So it's like for people to be so experienced with people, like either they traveled a lot or they befriended a lot of people. How are you so naive when it comes to certain lifestyle stuff? Like it just doesn't sound right to me. Like I'm not gonna say, but I'm gonna say, like I know someone who claimed and they still say this that they're very spiritual, and I don't think they're not spiritual. I do feel like they're gifted spiritually. But they said that they're spiritually gifted, and we know that spirits jump, and we know that spirits sloth, or what they call, or a sloth, or slave, or what they call mounting. The spiritual community call it now. descending onto people. We know that when spirits do that, that people, people take on a whole nother identity, right? Ever, or something go down. So the same thing with sexual partners. Everybody knows about spirits jumping. The same way your grandmother told you don't spend the night at this person's house. The same way your grandmother told you don't cut your hair when it's a full moon. Wait until the new moon. The Farmer's Almanac. It's the same thing for spirituality. So how are you spiritual? How do you grow spiritually? How do you have a spiritual background your whole life, and then you sit here and say, "I've had sex with a million men"? And it's like, so are you lying about you being spiritual, or you lying about you having sex with a million men? Because now I'm thinking to myself, like, am I even dealing with the real you, or are we dealing with something else here? Like, are you the mounting of all these men you fucked? And that's the type of energy that I'm getting. Why there's no connect. So anyway, that's just something that I think about, right? Like shit like that. Like, and then when you call them out on it, now you're, like I say, you're problematic. Now you're too much, or they'll try to play this victim role so it could take off the sensitivity issue. It's kind of like something I had with one of my sisters. I told y'all about the little electrolysis thing. A lady, I went to electrology. The lady had me waiting. I gave her 15 minutes. I later was like, even when she opened the door, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to go about my merry business, girl. I drove an hour and 15 minutes to do this, y'all. So that was 3 hours, almost 3 hours of me wasting, but I made the best out of it. I ended up going to a spiritual store and all this other shit. And I wasted, like, not to even mention the time, I wasted probably like $80 in gas. So the bitch didn't get my money. And I only went back to her because she gave me a free session. And I've not went back to this lady, y'all. It's been literally like, what, 7 months now? So to make a long story short, one of my sisters went to a place who I think is a scam, and she paid for the session, or I don't know if she won the session, I can't remember. But she told the lady after getting there, like, she realized she wanted to either split the time up or she had to do something else. I can't remember. But she told the lady, like, honey, can I do 30 minutes? I don't want to do 45. And the lady told her some bullshit about, no, you have to stay the whole 45 because we have you booked for this session, blah, 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 blah. And the first thing that came to my mind is like, no, this bitch want to make sure she get that money because she's counting that money as her earnings today. That's what the fuck she doing. She know that if you do 30 minutes now, you're gonna pay her less than what you're owed. Instead of you giving her 120, you're only gonna give her 40, and mama want that full money. So at that point, I'm like, girl, you're the client, bitch. I would have been like, no, honey, I'm doing 30 minutes because I have an emergency. Like, very quickly, I would have thought of something. So I was just like, that's some weak shit, which I do feel like that's weak shit. And I said, I think it was very stupid to let a bitch punk, right? I didn't say she was stupid. I said, I think it was very stupid. And literally like 2 weeks later, honey, I think something was brought up. And she was like, yeah, I got offended by that statement. And it rubbed me the wrong way because I'm just thinking to myself, like, first of all, like, we both said things to each other that could be offensive. Even if you don't know that it's offensive, I'm not going to tell you that's offensive because it's not really offensive, but it does make me think it's shady. But I just keep it moving because I'm like, well, this is my friend, this is my sister, so she wouldn't do nothing fucked up to me, right? That's what I'm thinking. So I'm not thinking, oh, girl, she's reading me down. But that one statement that I made, and you took offense to it, but just how you only took offense to it, you only brought it up because I laid down a statement that I was thinking. It's like, yeah, bitch, that's some type of delusion. That's some type of delusion because even going into the same process, the same person also said that they were strong. And I'm like, so if people could call you out or say shit about you and you're tough and that doesn't offend you and you're not worried about it, and these are enemies telling you that and that don't bother you, why would it be so offensive if somebody who loves you and cares for you and that you call your sister, why would it be so offensive for them to say that that was stupid? And even if I said you were stupid, I wouldn't be saying you're stupid in like you're stupid and I'm smarter than you. It'd be more so like, bitch, you're stupid for letting that happen to you. Like, why would that? So anyway, so like I said, it just made me be like, yeah, people are delusional, or people are I won't say actors and actors, but I feel like sometimes the spirit of confusion, because lies could be a spirit of confusion. People, exaggerating the truth is what I call it. And so now that spirit comes out, and now it's, well, being you're feeling this way, I'm gonna feel this way too. And it's just like I don't know, that's just some weird shit. And it also goes to, because I think what brought up was, I think when I brought that up, I think they subliminally said, well, just like you went back to the lady, or just like you stayed at the lady who also did electrolysis. It was something like that. And I was just like, no, the bitch never got my money. But that situation happened. And even someone else brought it up, y'all, going even into the magical shit. Like a lady used to bully me on the internet. Mama claimed that she was a witch, and I had to test her gangster. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was like, let me test her gangster. And mama ended up getting got. Like September, October, November, December, January, February. Girl, like 7 months later, mama was got. Within 9 months, they always got with something. And one of the girls who's now claiming to be spiritual too, she's like, no magic did this to me and my friends. I ate bad and this would happen to me. She was this and that's happened to her. But I'm like, but that's what you're saying. I know going into karma and going into spirit that y'all were doing some fucked up ass shit, and I was being nice to y'all, even when I know y'all was doing fucked up shit, and spirit got y'all together. So, bitch, whether you want to say that my magic did it or not, God still fucked y'all up. And that's the bottom line. The bottom line is God still fucked y'all up. Because, bitch, because I know a lot of people that, and then she's like, well, it's medical. Everybody don't have the same genetics. Yeah, but girl, what I'm saying is, girl, including myself, eating out the way I used to eat out, and I still got my gallbladder. So then mama tried to be funny, and she said, well, that's like saying when your sister died, that was magic. Like her, like somebody put a spell on her and she got. And I said, ma'am, that's not the same thing. First of all, everybody's going to die. You're going to die too. So, bitch, when you die, you're going to say the same thing, for one. For two, my sister died from a complication of a surgery that she shouldn't have done. So that could have been karma, but that has nothing to do with you. That's nothing to do with your ass, bitch. So how is that the same thing? And that's when it dawned on me that this is the same person that's addicted to Ambien. That's when it dawned on me this is the same person that has a lot of mental illnesses. So I'm like, okay. Yeah, that's the delusion. I'm not going to fight with that delusion. So the same thing with that shit. When that person brought that up, I was like, this is delusional. And this could be either delusional because there's really some delusional going on there, or this could really be some fucking spiritual shit to where, bitch, you're trying to confuse me on what the fuck we're talking about. And going into that, if somebody called you stupid, and I'm just saying for me, if you call me stupid, bitch, your ass is getting checked right when we get on that motherfucking phone. Just so you know. You call me stupid, you call me a man, you call me bruh, you call me anything I don't like, bitch. I'm not waiting a month, I'm not waiting a week, I'm not waiting a year. Bitch, right there, bitch, hold up, bitch. Let me let you know something right now. Bitch, I don't appreciate you slipping up in your mouth and saying, like, I don't give a fuck, bitch. That's me. That's me. So it's like, if you really felt some type of way, if the genuine defensiveness was real, then why the fuck when I called you stupid allegedly, why were we still on the phone? Why didn't you call me the next day? Why did we talk the day after that? Why you didn't say, yeah, I'm not fucking with this bitch because she called me stupid, and I don't appreciate people calling me names. But like I said, I think about all that. Like, it's a trickling effect going into a lot of shit, a lot of stories where I'm like, okay, yeah, that sounds like a lie. Something making sense. This is not adding up to me. And then how are you this? And how did this happen? And from this to this and da-da-da-da. Where I'm just like, bitch, and I think people forget that spirit. And that's something I say I keep my distance because, bitch, spirit is telling me this and you're saying that, and I'm going with what spirit says. Because spirit has not let me astray. Spirit have kept me safe. Spirit is keeping me sane. Well, I don't have to pop pills, smoke weed, smoke cigarettes, or drink to calm myself down. That is spirit. So I'm going to leave spirit over you because I know that you're going to try to cover your tracks. And like I said before, I'm thinking about this, and situations have happened where it was some secret shit going on. I'm just like, yeah. So you're being secretive about that and allegedly already know that. Then what else are you hiding from me? So you got to pay attention. Bitch, I pay attention. Anyway, y'all, I'm 27 trigger. Okay. Listen, why trigger? Oh, daddy's been through it this year. I know that's right, honey. Wrong is wrong, and it will meet with equal consequences. You said it. Mystic, my mom lost her gallbladder years ago. She probably was eating bad. But this hoe lost her gallbladder. See, now this is what I'm saying too, and I'm gonna be done. I'm really gonna be done, y'all. We've been on this live for 3 hours and 22 motherfucking minutes. God damn. Hold on, let me drink some water. Hold on. Oh my. Oh, girls, ice cold too, y'all. Stainless steel. Mm. Oh, girl, this is good, y'all. There were 20 people involved. 20 people involved in my bullying. And going into my old channel, they were incorporating other people in it, right? So they were making fun of me being a spiritual person. They would play, wolves howling and talk their shit. And if mama got all this magical ability, then why can't she do magical surgery? All this other bullshit, y'all. And so I'm like, I like to get to the root of it. Okay. So if a kid, and I'm just using this as an example, if a little kid called me a man or said, that's not a real woman, that's a nigga, I'm not going to confront that little kid because somebody taught that little kid of what he just said. And it was more than likely the parents. I'm going to go to the root of it and I'm going to let the parents motherfucking have it. I'm going to give them a piece of my motherfucking mind. The parents, the guardians, not him. So the same thing with this. All these other people were little minions to me. So I'm like, I'm not going to attack these minions because people don't know what they're doing. They're defending and protecting these people that really don't like them. And sure enough, it came out and now none of the people talk. So there was 4 people at the root of all this. And I don't need to go back into the situations because it was very traumatic for me. But 4 people were involved. And now I don't believe in coincidences. I think that I believe in coinciding incidences. I do believe in that. Coinciding incidences, but I don't believe in coincidences. Because even in coincidence, it's co-indensence, okay? Like it's co-existing with the experience. So it's not a coincidence that in a series of 18 months, because I did this in September, so that's 9. And see, this is how you know when spells manifest too, because if you do things at a certain time, at certain seasons, all this good shit, by the time the next season come around and it manifested, then you know, okay, but it's just something I did during this time. Anyway, you just pay attention to stuff like that. And so going into 18 months, within 18 months, all people involved, and it was a domino effect first. The messiest one, this was the one that was acting like they were my friend. All the other bitches let me know they were not my friends. But the one that acted like she was my friend and, I'm going to show you the way and I'm going to teach you how to make $1 million in 1 year. That bitch. And then mama was like finding out that I was smarter than her. And so she's like, we got to shut this bitch down. She was the first one. Mama get rushed into the hospital because she's cramping in the stomach, and just so happened it was her gallbladder. She had to get the gallbladder moved out. So, that was the first incident. Now, mind you, this was literally within, I want to say this was within 4 weeks. Within 4 weeks. Yeah, within 4 weeks of this. Yeah, this is within 4 weeks of doing the ritual. Okay. And I did this ritual publicly as well, too. I want to point that out. I did it on YouTube. So she gets her gallbladder removed. And then the next one, which was the bullier, the one I was orchestrating, and I don't get my hands dirty, but I need you to call in and get this bitch evicted. I need you to call the water company and have all this water delivered to her house. I need you to call the doctor once she lands, because we don't want to do it before she go there because mama can get a refund. We want her to fly all the way to Fort Lauderdale. I want you to call that doctor and cancel her appointment. So the bitch is shit out of luck because it was like months to schedule your appointment with this doctor. So literally to her, literally her getting diagnosed with diabetes, to her literally being found dead in her apartment. And she was in her apartment dead for 2 weeks before they found her. Okay. I'm not going to go into some tea, but that's where it was a sign for me too. Like, this is magical. This is magical. Even to where the day after she died, right? Because the friend didn't know she was dead until it was 2 weeks later. A day after she died, I had a dream about her, and we were the same height. She had cornrows, and Mama was like, "Give me my ID," and I was like, "What ID?" And she's like, "You got my ID, bitch. Give me my ID." And I was a little confused, right? So I woke up, and I had to ask these people, like, "Okay, why am I having a dream about this person asking for their ID?" And they're like, "I don't know." Now, mind y'all, nobody knew this lady was dead. But I had this dream, and I also verified with her this girl was my height, because this lady, like I said, she was 5'6". Okay, she wished she was Little Kim so bad, y'all. Not being funny. This transgender woman wanted to be Little Kim so bad, and either way, they told me that this girl was 5'6". But I'm like, girl, Mama, me and Mama is almost identical. Like, Mama was Afro Latina. I'm Afro Latina. Like, except for she's Dominican. So it's like, girl, we were the same height. You know, our boobs were both big. We were both mistresses. Even the same size shoe, y'all. Now, Mom was older than me, but a lot of our upbringing was the same. So it was like we had a lot of similarities, like a mirroring type of thing. So that's why the two comes up. 2 weeks. It was a mirroring thing. And so shortly after that, the third girl who was being sneaky and was taking pictures and recordings and recording audio and doing research and background checks on people and trying to connect with people's boyfriends and ex-boyfriends and trying to suck on them and fuck on them. And Spirit revealed this shit very quickly, because one of the guys even told me, like, there's a girl that's reaching out to me, and I'm like, how the fuck you get my information? Well, that's how I got your information, because she was asking me things about you. And bam, I'm like, I'm not going to say nothing about it. So shortly after this lady died, so y'all, mind you, this is a series, y'all. 4 weeks later, and then we're going into September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, right? And then I think May 18th when they found this lady, right before we get into the Gemini season 2, they found this lady right on the cusp. They found her in her apartment dead, and there was blood in the toilet and all this other good shit. And allegedly, Mama overdosed on insulin, but I don't believe that. Okay, that was something very spiritual that happened. But anyway, and anyway, I won't get into that. But this lady, this third lady, very messy bitch, from Boston. Shout out to Boston, Massachusetts. Very, very messy. Reached out to a photographer, well-known photographer. He wanted to work with me. He was going to fly me out. We were going to have a real nice photo shoot. We even planned the photo shoot. I said, you normally shoot the girls in LA. You shoot the girls in San Diego. You shoot the girls in Las Vegas. You go to New York. You go to Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Miami. I want to shoot here. I want us to go to a very cute, exotic place. And I want to be the first girl and the only girl to shoot here. And he's like, I can make this happen for you. And so sure enough, she reached out to this man and she stopped it. And of course, I didn't know it until, of course, Spirit revealed it to me. And then, of course, going out of that, Mama was the one that called in to try to get my surgery canceled. Mama also is the one that called in and did a whole bunch of shit. Was being messy, like, messing shit. So what happened to her is, Mama well, we're not gonna say well, we are gonna say allegedly. Allegedly, Mama contracted something from one of her lovers, because allegedly the man that she was dating allegedly liked to do it with all the boys in New York. And allegedly he caught the sauce. And you might know who the fuck I'm talking about. Allegedly he caught the sauce, and everybody was even there was a blog talk radio show about this man having the sauce and spreading it to all the girls. Matter of fact, I think one of the girls well known on YouTube died from this. Okay, because she did die from HIV or AIDS. So either way, just so happened, Mama contracted this very horrible disease of the blood. And like I said, I don't believe in coincidences. And then the last but not least one, she was a little more innocent one. But Mama was also a little, conniving and mischievous. And it was shocking to me because she's a Sagittarius. And I'm just like, I don't know Sagittarius to be that way. But going into her not feeling like a woman, I'm like, oh, yeah, Sagittarius men are very sneaky, very shady. And don't let them be a Scorpio Sagittarius cusp because they really on some fuck shit. And so what happened to her, mama was up in her uncle's house scamming and literally Discover tried to knock on that motherfucking door. Discover came over there with the motherfucking police or FBI, and mama was crying. Mama was scared because she thought she was going to prison, honey, because she was scamming. Fast forwarding, everything got good. And sure enough, I said, I just want this bitch all the way out the picture. This first thing that happened, y'all. We kind of befriend each other. So this is 2016 going into 2017. 2017, we literally go into, we travel together. And I noticed that the bitch took my gift card that I got from AT&T because the AT&T tried to charge me $192, which was not, valid. And they gave me a gift card for $192. And so I put the gift card in my glove department. I had a rental. And I literally got out to deposit money. Now, see, that's another thing I don't do neither. I don't deposit money with people. I don't discuss my money with people because people be doing shady ass shit. So I literally get out to deposit my money in the bank, and I guess mama got mad because she wasn't making no money as an escort. Okay, mama like to suck dick, so that's why I'm a little shocked too. Like, girl, you a ho-ho, and you not making money, and I'm not a ho, and I'm making money. So even where I think the hotel security clocked that she was trans, and she was trying to say they clocked me too, and they were like, listen, we had no idea that you were a transsexual. Like, I blew my own cover, y'all, and I was humiliated. I was embarrassed. So that was the ice on the cake with that too. So that was already 2 strikes. The third strike was I put my money in the ATM, bitch. We go back to the hotel. I realized I got an AT&T gift card. So I'm like, bitch, I need stuff from Walmart. I'm not gonna spend my money. Let me use the gift card. And the gift card ain't up in there. And I'm just like, that's so weird though, because I put the gift card in there. But guess what, y'all? The paper was there, but the gift card wasn't. So now I'm looking through my purse and I'm looking through my luggage. And I'm like, maybe I took it off and forgot. No, bitch. Mama took it. So I didn't say nothing to her. I kept it moving. So fast forwarding, mama came to my city and mama she had a bad accident. So that was spirit coming in too. She had a very bad accident where her oil pan popped off and mama got stuck in Stockton. And so a series of events happened, y'all, too, where she scammed me out of $2,500. Like I said, I'm not going to get into that. But mama got upset because I did not want to go pick her up to take her to go get her car. I told her, all the money that you're getting from these clients, use that money to take an Uber. And she got upset because I didn't want to take her. So the bitch was like, boo, and I'm like, bitch, first off, we're not even friends like that, bitch. Like we're associates. Like, bitch, what the fuck you really mad at? Y'all. Fast forwarding, mama got vengeance and she got so upset that mama did some fucked up shit where she was calling Chase Bank. That's not the reason why I don't like Chase Bank neither, because these were people to get into your account. Chase is going to tell you right here, right now, that it's not that easy. But when I tell you that this lady was able to call Chase Bank, now Chase Bank had a 2 verification system for security. Mama never knew the passwords or any of that, y'all. And I had the recording. I still got the recording too. I'm sure I can dig it up. Where mama called and was like, I'm calling to report anonymously because mama assumed because I'm that bitch. Mama thought I was doing credit card fraud. Mama thought I had a credit card from Chase Bank and that I was using that card and somehow, some way, doing some scams with it. So mama called this bank and was like, I want to report anonymously that one of your users is having a card and they're doing fraud. And so the lady is first like, well, what kind of fraud are you talking about here? And they're like, well, they got 2 cards with you and they're basically making purchases saying it's not their item and blah, blah, or they never made the purchase. Da, 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 da. So y'all, I'm recording this because I'm like, girl, this is definitely, this could definitely be some legal shit. And bitch, I'm going to protect myself. So the lady is all like, because I want the lady to respond back and say, well, I'm looking at the account here and she's never called in and said that she never made any purchases or any of that, because every purchase I made with those cards, y'all, I paid off the balance. Like I never called and then said that no payments were made or nobody used my credit card. I never said that. So I was waiting for a lady to respond and say that, but the lady was like, yeah, well, that's crazy. And then she's like, well, do you see the card? And the lady was like, well, I can't really discuss the account with you. And the lady was like, the girl was like, but can you see that she has two cards here? And the lady was like, yeah, I see one for 10,000. I see another one for 2,000 because I had two Chase credit cards at that time. And sure enough, y'all, the lady is just disclosing shit. Like I said, yeah, I see two cards here, but I can't go into it. But yeah, I see two cards. And I'm like, how the fuck this bitch pull up these cards without having my security code when Chase told me that their representatives cannot get into your account without that security code? Because even when I call, the bitch go through all these questions. Girl, I called back Chase, and Chase tried to basically tell me that there's no way that they were able to get into the system because even the representative can't get in without the information. I said, I got a recording I want to play for you. Bitch, I put that recording on, and that motherfucker was, he was like, oh my God, I am so sorry about this. I'm going to really have to pull this because usually there's notes of everything, blah, 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 blah. And then he's like, I'm going to have to investigate it, blah, blah. Okay, please call me back. So y'all, mind you, I'm still putting money in this account. At one given time, I think in Chase Bank, I had like $25,000. This was like in 2017, 2018. I had like $25,000 because I was just putting money. Make a long story short, because I feel like it's been dragged out for 4 hours already. Bitch, Chase called me back and was like, actually, I did my research and there's really no way that that person could have got the information. There's no log of them even calling or any of that. And I said, sir, of course there's not going to be any log of them calling in. And I'm sure that you guys have an option to record the calls or not record the calls. Because that's when I found out that when they say this call's being recorded, they be lying. Okay. They have a right to turn off the recording. So I'm like, yeah, she probably turned off the recording, so the call was not being recorded. But secondly, if the lady did not ask her any verifiable information, then how was she going to log in that somebody called about my account on that day? Like, girl, the recording said the date and the time and everything, y'all. So I was like, I'm going to have to go about this a spiritual way. So I remember, y'all, this was probably January. Yeah, this is January of the following year. So mind you, we did the ritual September of the previous year of that. September to September is 1 year. So yeah, this is about January. So January, February, March, April, or excuse me, September, October, November, December. So 3 months later. So that would be what? 15 months. So exactly on the 18th month, y'all. This one I did a jar to keep this bitch away. I said, bitch, let me lock this bitch down. Let me freeze her where she at. Because I don't want her reaching out. I don't want her to sneak up in no phone calls. I don't want her to come. Like, I think I even went to go shop somewhere. And one of the people were like, hey, your friend told me when I see you to say, what's up? And I said, who my friend? And when they described this bitch, I was like, wait a minute, she's in the city. So y'all kind of panicked. Because I was like, this bitch don't know where I live at. But mama could have been following me to see where I live at. So girl, I was like, let me go into the spirit. So I did the banishing shit. I did my protection shit. And I think I got on YouTube too around this time. And I was telling y'all a lot about this shit too. Because I bought a black candle doll and the shit wouldn't burn. But I think that was spirit telling me like, bitch, we got you. Y'all, sure enough, I get a phone call from somebody I was not even expecting to get a phone call from. And why was this bitch like, no, how it happened? First, the vinegar jar that I did moved. And I said, oh my God, fuck. Oh my God. Oh, this bitch is, oh shit. Like I knew something was going to happen. And then sure enough, somebody I don't really care for ended up calling me and said, hey, what happened to, Mr. C? And I was like, who the fuck is Mr. C? And they said, and I said, oh my God, this bitch is going to come around because that's just too weird. Like how did 3 days ago, I'm cleaning off the dresser and the vinegar jar moves. That's what I get for doing it inside of my house, not outside. And then how is it that this man is bringing this up? Sure enough, y'all, this was about March of 2017. All of a sudden, literally, y'all, I get a call from someone I don't really care for. And they said, hey, did you hear about what happened? And I said, no. And they said, check your phone. They sent me some pictures. And all I saw was eye with blood. And I'm like, oh my God, girl, what happened? Like, I'm thinking like mama was bashed or something. And I was like, what happened? She said, well, I don't know if you noticed or not, but somebody got their ass whipped by their uncle. And when she said that, I was kind of laughing because I'm like, come on in here, spirit. Sure enough, girl, mama calls this bitch, and this bitch confirms it. Yeah, my uncle whooped my ass over a lamp, and he's a Gemini. You know, Geminis are psycho. At that time, she didn't know I was a Gemini. But she's like, you know, Geminis are fucking psychotic, and you don't fuck with a Gemini, blah, blah. And I'm like, but you did. That's like uncle fucked your ass up. See? People be thinking that Gemini should be nice, and that's like I be talking some shit. There's a reason why they tell y'all the Gemini's are motherfucking crazy. And people be really thinking that Gemini's be crazy, but bitch, no, we get crazy when you make us crazy. You do fuck the best shit. You make us crazy, bitch. We become fucking crazy because you wanted the crazy to come out. Bitch, when we don't do shit and we don't. Anyway. So, y'all, mama got her ass beat. And I said, oh my God. Right there in that moment, I said, this is full circle. 18 months to the day that we first did that ritual in September. Every hoe that got in the way and tried to do some fucked up ass shit to me. A table was not only prepared in front of my enemies, so come on in here. Not only was the table prepared in front of my motherfucking enemies, but also they all have wept what they fucking sowed. And I'm really like, damn, they all got. And I just went down the list. Okay, her gallbladder. This one actually ended up dying. This was the messiest bitch. This bitch ended up getting this, and I did. So with that being said, girl, like I said, you can say what you want to say, that magic didn't make it happen to y'all, that it was just a part of life. But like I said, just so happened, the numbers don't lie. It just so happened, the shit went down. Just so happened, it went down the way it should have went down, and it went down in order of your messiness. It went down from the order of y'all messiness. The messiest got it first, and the least of the messiest got it last. How ironic is that? So like I said, one of them became a spiritualist, and the other one don't believe in spirit, but now the bitch is allegedly an astrologist now. But mama's like, yeah, she's a Libra, and you know how Libra women are. Yeah, she's a Virgo, you know, Virgo. Or, yeah, he's a, ooh, she's a that. Yeah, Gemini men are so freaky and so nasty, you know, this and that. And girl, he's the Aries, and I can't stand the Aries. And you know there's Scorpio. And I'm just like, girl, but you wasn't an astrologist. Come on in here. You wasn't an astrologist until you start hanging out with me, right? You wasn't into spirit and stuff until when I start pointing out shit to you that you didn't think I could see. Because you thought for a minute I was on Facebook doing researches on you with people. Like, how would you know that? And you must have talked to my mama. No, girl, I didn't talk to your mama. But I definitely know your mother is a medical professional and she failed at her fucking job. I do know your mama liked to sex traffic her children. I do know that you have another uncle and his real name is a girl's name. Oh, girl, this motherfucker get. So like I said, people can play these games all day long and say, well, no magic can do it. Okay. I'll leave it there. Honey, I don't got to take credit. I surrendered the spirit, honey. I don't got to take credit. I surrendered to Alpha Zulu. Yes, honey, come on here, Alpha Zulu. Anyway, y'all, she was scamming. Yes, honey, listen, I got to go, y'all. Miss, you can sue Chase Bank for that. That's $1 million lawsuit. Listen, I wonder if it's past statute of limitation. I wonder if it's past statute of limitation. $1 million sound good right now. That sound really good. Listen, y'all, I gotta go, y'all. I know I probably scanned over some shit. I really gotta go, y'all. It's about to be 4:00 in the morning, honey. I came here fully energized. Now I'm twinkling and dingling on down. Matter of fact, because I don't know how late I'm asleep, I need to actually go online and make my 2 credit card payments. But anyway, y'all, I gotta go. Love and light. Thank you so much for stopping by here, honey. I really appreciate you all, especially Jay, Joey, Jay, and Melly, honey, because y'all were here this whole time. Okay, y'all were interacting. Okay, it's pretty late. What time is it? It's 4:00. So it's 7:00 over there in New York time, right, Joey? And over here it's 4:00 in Cali. Okay, we are ready for beauty sleep. I know that's right, honey. Yes, honey. Thank you so much, Jay, for that. I know that's right, honey. Listen, I was supposed to be chewing my TT weenie neenie, but it's okay. I bought a sinus buster. Y'all. I'm supposed to be chewing on it a little bit. You know what? I'm actually gonna do the spray. Oh yeah. Mm. Listen, y'all. From Sprouts. Sinus Blaster Spray. Bitch. When it said Red Bull give you wings, this shit give you wings. It opens up your airways, y'all. It opens up your nose, your mouth, your eyes. Everything is open. Like you feel it all come out. Oh my god, y'all. And it's a real good shit in here too. I think it's like cayenne pepper, astrugulas. There's a lot of shit. Golden seal, y'all. But you do it as much as you need to. And it's very, very pungent. Woo! Mm, 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 mm. You know, I'm here with y'all anyway though. I'm not really all that tired because I'm about to watch this show right now. I literally woke up late. Well, I woke up but I went back to sleep. I woke up literally at what, like 5:07 p.m. today. Yeah, I first woke up at 11 a.m., went to sleep, had 3 emails, responded to somebody. They want me to drive way out there to Adelanto, California, near the Mojave Desert. And I said, bitch, what? The fuck am I gonna do there? Anyway, so I ended up dealing with them for a couple of hours. I think I ended up cleaning off one of my altars, and then I ended up eating something, and then I ended up dozing off. This was probably like around 1:30, 2 o'clock, y'all. And then I woke up at 5. So anyway, on the bed for 12 hours. But listen, let me go to bed. My brother just came, just had some sinus problems, that damn mucus. I'm telling you right now, it's the weather. It's something going on in the air because even in Florida, I know people in Florida that are having sinus issues. I know people that are in New York that are having sinus issues. People that are having sinus issues in Texas, Atlanta. Like, it's really a motherfucker, honey. It's really a motherfucker. And I also going into like hybrids and shit. Like, they're crossbreeding plants and shit. So it's a lot going on. It's a lot going on. So you know, I keep my little medicine bag here, honey. My little herbal medicine, honey. My saline rinse, honey. My xylitol sinus spray. I do the sinus buster, and I also have a allergy, natural allergy spray for the nose too, honey. Listen, it's horrible. Okay, very horrible. That's probably why I took my nap today too, because it makes you feel very fatigued and stuff. And you can feel it all here too. Ooh, horrible. Anyway, gotta go, honey. Love and light, y'all. Please have a good day. Be good to yourselves, okay? But how can I unclog my nose? It's always clogged. It's too pierced. It's it's too pinched. What does that mean? Well, this is what I learned too. I learned that clogged nose, because see, back in the day I was told that your nose has to rest. So this side gets clogged and this side get unclogged and this side get clogged. To be honest with you, I've not had a stuffy nose in 2 years. So I believe that stuffy noses is nothing but bacteria trapped in your nasal passage. So if your nose is clogged, two things that you could do. I have the Novich, which is the nasal rinse thing, or you can get a nasal decongestant, kind of like what I just showed you right here. Very natural. Okay. Rescue. This has tea tree, eucalyptus, and something else in it. You spray it right there, all the mucus will come down. The only downfall is the cavities are kind of big. Your nasal cavity, your sinus cavities, like you have one here, you have some here, like they're big. So if you have mucus, and you can have mucus in your head and shit too, like your ears, nose, and throat is all connected. So you may feel for a couple of days that shit draining down. That's the only downfall. And you're not able to sleep. Okay. Like I have to prop myself up, because when you get that clog in, it starts draining. Now you sleep and you start choking. You're like, because the shit is like coming down. So anyway, that's something you got to be careful with. But definitely the Novich stuff, doing a neti pot, keeping that shit cleared out, you won't have no motherfucking clogged noses, guaranteed. Now, also, I do feel like too, if it's not bacteria, that maybe people be playing with nose candy. Now, I'm not saying you play with nose candy, but I'm saying like there's something going in your nose that shouldn't be going in your nose. Another thing too, uh, your nose is a mucous membrane. You need to be washing your hands before you touch your nose and after you touch your nose. Like I know people that love to sit there and dig in their nose, and I'm just like, you don't wash your hands before your nose and after your nose, bitch. That's why you're always sick. Now, Sinus issues, allergy issues, it's like, okay, they said that's immunity, but I'm like, that's histamine too. And that's something, something in the environment is tickling. You could be allergies to dust, mold, all that. So it's like, whatever. You can't really control that. But I'm like, a cold, a flu, a fever. Yeah, you shouldn't be coming out with that every time. Like, bitch, well, I get sick at least once a year. No, no, honey, that's bacteria. Okay. Oh, you have a deviated septum. Okay, you need to do a nose thing. You need to do a nose job then. Do a nose job then, Joey. And I was like, anyway, y'all. Bye for now. Okay, y'all. Thank y'all for staying here, honey. Bye for now. Love and light. See y'all again soon. Okay, take care, y'all. We'll be doing another midnight metanoia. Okay, this week. Okay. You never get sick though. Okay, there you go. So something with it's something in that nose there. You ever been to an eyes, ears, and nose specialist? Because it could be your deviated septum. Bella's so soft, honey. She got a little puppy wipe called it's lemon bourbon. She smells so good. Mm. Anyway, y'all, I gotta go, y'all. Bye, y'all. Ready for metanoia, okay, honey? I'ma just rinse it. Yes, rinse it out, please. Yes, honey. Yes, honey. Say bye. Jay said bye. You wanna say bye to Jay? You wanna say bye to Jay? Say bye, Jay. Say bye, Jay. Say bye, honey. Bella be looking so sad all the time, y'all. I don't know why she looks so sad. Because she happy. She love her mama. She happy. She love her mama. She's in a good home, too. You in a good home? She's in a good home. She love her mama. I know. They put y'all in kennels and the pound and all that, huh? Your mom don't do that to you, huh? She never put you in a kennel, huh? You go everywhere your mama go, huh? I know. Anyway, y'all. Bye for now, okay? Look at me, was getting jealous. You know what? I know when a nigga was getting jealous because he blinks his eye like this and he swallows hard. Every time, y'all. I need to start getting this on video. Every time he looks at me and he does this blink twice and he swallows hard. Like ooh, bitch. She's your new baby, huh? Yeah. It's like he got something to say. Like, I want to tell you something so bad, bitch. Anyway, y'all. I know that's our honey. Come on there. She's healthy, honey. Come to Europe, Mystic. Listen, eventually I will eat pecs. Eventually I will. Yes, honey. Listen, I heard that the girls are going to Europe next year. And I say, that'd be nice to go out there and see my man out there in Georgia. There's a little country called Georgia, y'all. And there was a man over there who's a businessman. Daddy was like 6'7", sexy guy too. And daddy was like, I want to marry you. You're going to be my wife. I need you to come here now. And then he's like, I'm going to come there and kidnap you. Now, I don't know if that was cute or not. But daddy really wanted me to move there. And I was like, well, what is it like there? And he said, well, it's kind of getting established right now. And there's only one nightclub here. And we going to own that nightclub. I got to Google that shit, y'all. Yeah, he's like, I'm the only nightclub owner here. Or no, he was not only, no, he was trying to open up a nightclub. Yeah, he was going to open up a nightclub in Georgia. And I was like, how would that be though? And he said, you just come out here for 30 days. You like it, you stay, you don't, you go home. He was a very cute guy too. Very nice. Very sweet, y'all. Oh my God, he's on my Skype. I could probably go on Skype and see him. Oh my God, I could see if he's still on Skype, y'all. He was a big man, y'all. And he would always get on camera and show that body. He just got out the shower. And he'd be like, I'm drying off. He gave me like Arnold Schwarzenegger too. Even though Arnold Schwarzenegger came from Austria, he had that monster muscle type of energy about him. But tall too, y'all, 6'7". And that house, like those ceilings were fucking tall and shit too. It's like, fuck, man. It's like, damn, honey. Oh, and then I was like, I want to be a massage therapist. And he's like, you can open up a business here. A lot of them can handle massages here. We get a lot of athletes here. We get a lot of people from Denmark. And I said, what? Athletes from Denmark? Yeah, there's basketball players that come from America and they come over here. You can massage them. And I was like, really? It is not so old. It is yes, honey. Death of Mediterranean Ibiza. Come on in here, honey. Ibiza. Yes, honey. My friend Kara's husband is from Georgia. Listen, they got some very nice people there, honey. I would love to go to Georgia. I would love to go to Greece. I was told by a guy who, he said Greece would love me. I would love to go to Milan, Italy, too. That's my dream place. You ask me anywhere I want to go in this world, it's Milano. I dreamt of Milan, Italy. When I was a kid and I was a model, I was like, I would love to go to Milan, Italy and do my career there. I actually met two people that live on the outskirts of Milano, Italy. I still talk to one. His name is Marcos. Still talk to him. You know, he's a little, flaky, honey. Today he'll message and he'll wait 2 months to message back. And it's just like, bitch, I forgot what the fuck I was even talking about. Then he try to read you down and shit. But anyway, I would love to go to Milano, Italy. So yeah, Milano, Italy, Greece, Georgia, make my way over there to Russia too, honey, because and then Sweden, because the Swedish man, honey. Oh, they're so hot, honey. Make my way over there to Norway, Denmark, Belgium. Loop around to Laos, and I'm gonna be a hoe too. I don't give a fuck, bitch. You can call what the fuck you want to call me. Every country I go to, I'm getting some motherfucking dick in it. Yeah, goddamn right. I'm going to Laos. Now they say you're gonna do 5 countries a year unless like you got to have special permission. So I got to really pick the 5 that I want to do, but I definitely want to go into like an Asian country too. I'm thinking like Bangladesh, Balmain, Myanmar. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of a third world kind of so I can have my way. Ow, ow. Then loop on around to Cambodia. Go to Vietnam. Give me some Laotian tea. Ow. Won't go to Thailand because all those girls already done turned all those motherfuckers out. Thailand is filled with nothing but transgenders and American military people. No, thank you. Won't be going to Thailand, but definitely Laos, Cambodia to see the temples there. They got a beautiful temple over there in Cambodia, y'all. They said that the temple is black people. Black deities is over there in Cambodia. Don't believe me? Look it up. So I want to go over there to see that. Maybe I can get me some weave too. Get me a wig or two, bitch. Ow. Leave with some Cambodian hair, bitch. Hello. Yes, honey. And then, like I said, Russia, go down there and get, what is that place called? Abaskastani? I want to go to Askabatastana. I want to go to that place too, bitch. Okay. Maybe Armenia. I don't know. I'm not too sure because there's a lot of Armenians over here, so I don't got to go too far. You could barely catch them over here, bitch. How the fuck I'm gonna catch them over there? Maybe stop them. Matter of fact, somebody want me to go to India too. There's a lady that I know. She's a beautiful woman. She go to India once a year, and I feel like she gonna get me there and keep me there. Though I feel like she gonna try to kidnap me. So if I go, I'm gonna have to bring somebody else with me too, so we can both come back. But I feel like I want to go to India too. What is that India place in India? It's a big name too. It's like Hapastanamania. Hapastanamania. It's a long ass name, girl. She said it's beautiful, and she said that they love most of the people there are light skinned, so they love darker skinned people. And she said you're gonna come back with an Indian husband, and he got money to invest money over there. And I said, God damn, I'm gonna have an Indian wedding. Could you believe it? I can believe that. I mean, that's something to really think about. Like I couldn't imagine that. That's something I'm getting sleepy right now, guy. I could or need to wind down. I couldn't. Could y'all imagine me coming on here with an Indian husband? Come on over here, baby. And of course, I gotta go to Vietnam. I gotta go to Vietnam too, y'all, to get me some of that. If not Vietnam, I need to go to Korea. Vietnam or Korea, I don't know. We got dongs and we got the Korean money too. I would want to do one of those people because both of those people are hot. Okay, the Koreans and the Vietnamese, they can definitely get some of that. My name will be Venetia. Okay, Venetia. Okay, let me stop. Listen, y'all. I want my boyfriend to get at me. Joey, it's time to go to bed, Joey. I love the foreign man. They actually are horny. I know that's right. That's what I'm saying too. I need a man that can keep up with me, honey. These American men can't keep up at all. I need a man that can keep up. Can you keep up? Baby boy, let me get my breath. Everybody, let me get my breath. Hear me out, let me get my ooh. Bella and them is looking at me like, bitch, I thought you said you were gonna go. Listen, y'all, let me go for real. Love it like y'all. Bye for now. Oh, Mumbai would be nice too, honey. And Delhi, huh? Yes, honey. I can see Kumari, Raja Kumari. I can see what's his name? Rafatar. Okay, I can see Divine. These are Indian rappers, y'all. Love them. Yes, that'll be nice. Yes, that'll be very nice. Yes. Come back with some henna. Yes, girl. I can see Mumbai. Mumbai. Yes, honey. Yes. That'd be nice. Mumbai would be nice. Maybe I'll do a couple of countries and then take a break. Maybe I'll do Europe and then come back, take a break, and then next year do the Asian countries, including Southwest Asia and Southeast Asia. And then come back and then do I think that'll be it for me. That'll be it for me, girl. That'll be oh, 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 excuse me, honey. Excuse me, give me. Anyway, y'all, gotta go. Love and light. Bye for now, y'all. Bye. Desi boys, yes, honey. Come on to the Desi. Shout out to the Desi boys. Desi. I want to ride some elephants out there. Nude. Ow. I want to ride some elephants nude in India. Yes, I want to be in the nude. I need a photographer with me too. Photographer. Yes, honey. Play with the monkeys too, girl. Be naked with the monkeys. Be like, listen, this is what y'all said we come from. Be right there in the nude with the monkeys, bitch. They be running around, I'll be running around. Hello, bitch. In the full fucking nude, bitch. Do an OnlyFans video footage. Mystic Persia, Madame Merkaba, do Europe or Eurasia naked. Sure will. Let me stop. Indian men are hot. Yes, they are, honey. Yes, honey. Yeah, honey. They smell good too. People be like, they smell so musty. Listen, that must means they're a man. Listen, I don't mind a musty Punjabi or Pakistani. Oh, don't mind it, honey. Ow. Come on over here. Okay. Let me stop. I'm suing the city of New York. Oh, shit. I gotta go. Bye.